I'm going to open the Town of Fairfax Planning Commission meeting for August 19th, 2021, and read out the first part of the agenda. So, consistent with State of California Executive Orders number N2520 and N2920, there will be no in-person physical meeting location. The public will be able to view the meeting as follows. There's cable TV channels 27 and 99. And you can also get there with https://www.townoffairfax.org/watch-live-2/ and also at CMCM's website or cmcm.tv/27. Or you can click on the Zoom link in the agenda, which is posted at the Town of Fairfax website. Or you can call in at area code 669-900-6833 or area code 346-248-7799 and enter the Zoom meeting using the webinar ID 842-7052-1962. A very good year. Members of the public may provide public comment during the meeting using one of the following options. On Zoom, you can select the raise hand function during the public comment time and you will be unmuted when it's your turn. If you're calling in, please press *9 during the public comment time to raise your hand and *6 to be unmuted to speak. Prior to 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting, members of the public may submit written comments to the Planning Commission. If comments are received after the circulation of the Commission meeting packet, but prior to the meeting, they will be sent to the Planning Commission and will be part of the meeting record, but will not be read aloud. So I'm going to call the meeting to order. And Linda, if you could give us a roll call, that'd be great.
Fregoso?
Here.
Gonzalez-Parber?
Here.
Green?
Here.
Jansen? Oh, he was here.
He was here.
He may be restarting his computer.
Okay, we'll go on to Kelly.
Here.
Swift?
Here.
Chair Newton?
Here. And I'll note if and when we see Commissioner Jansen reappear for the record. Thank you very much, Senior Director, Senior Planner Neil. Thank you very much. Principal Planner Neil, not Senior. All right, Principal Planner Neil.
I'm very senior. I'm like the only one now.
All right, settle down. We will, we have an agenda, and I understand we have a proposed agenda. I understand, Commissioner Green, you might have a few that you'd like to make. Oh, look, here comes Commissioner Jansen back into the Zoom meeting.
Welcome, Commissioner Jansen. Yes. Thank you, Chair. I would like to, so the first item on the public hearing items is 104 Bothian Road, which I live near and I need to recuse myself from. And I was just, I was going to ask if we could move that item off to the end, but I understand from the introductory stuff going on that there are some people in the audience for this project. So I will just recuse at that time instead of asking this to be moved. I don't want to make people wait. Okay. And I wanted to say that as well. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll move approval of the agenda as is.
Thank you, Commissioner Fregoso. Is there a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber. And
Roll.
I think
I'll call the roll. Fregoso?
roll.
Aye.
Gonzalez Parber,
Aye.
Green,
Aye.
Jansen,
Aye.
Kelly,
Aye.
Swift,
Aye.
Chair Newton.
Aye. Thank you. The chair shall I'm going to read out the meeting protocol now. The chair shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and the commission has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at commission meetings. The commission and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motive of commission members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. We now have, as part of our regular meeting, public comments on non-agenda items, and I'll just give out a little intro before we do that. Anyone wishing to address the commission on matters not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the commission, must do so by email or in person via Zoom in the manner described previously. Presentations will be limited to 3 minutes or as otherwise established by the chair. All interested persons are invited to participate in public hearings in order to give all interested persons an opportunity to be heard and to ensure the presentation of all points of view. Members of the audience should limit presentation to 3 minutes, provide their comments by email as described previously, state their views and concerns succinctly, and submit any new documents to the planning staff first via email to be entered into the record. So first I'll ask the planning staff if we have any public comments via email on non-agenda items.
I have received none. Linda?
I'm checking. I have received none.
Okay, so I want to invite any member of the public who's participating via Zoom to raise your hand if you'd like to speak to the commission about something that it's not on our agenda tonight. Renu Malhotra, I see your hand is raised.
I had a general question. Is it possible? I'm sorry. Is it possible to show camera for a person that's asking a question? Is it possible to show a camera, to be on camera, or is it only through microphone?
Don't know the answer to that question.
Members of the public are microphone only. We've had problems with people in their selection of video in the past. So unfortunately, unless you're an applicant, you will not be allowed to use video.
I live right next door to the property that's being considered, and there was some, I thought it would be an advantage to show direct views of the property.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, we would be happy to have that as an email, but in terms of presentation, if we make exceptions, I think we'll just end up in trouble. So unfortunately, no.
Okay, thank you.
If you take a picture and you email it to Director Neal or, Principal Planner Neal or Director Berto between now and when we get to the item, or, they can share it with us, I suppose. I don't know.
Yeah.
You should email it to Director Berto, because I'm having to work on a computer that's not my town computer due to electronic deficiencies here at Town Hall. And it's really hard for me to get it on my town computer, then get it to my other computer and try to get it up on my screen.
So that would be bberto@townoffairfax.org.
BBERTO. Yeah,
Correct.
got it. Thank you.
And I'll look for it.
So I misspoke to Kobe Friedman. I didn't realize we had changed our policy on that, but I am aware now.
Okay, I don't see any other member of the public with their hand raised. Do you, Ms. Fish?
I do not.
Okay, I'm going to close the comment on non-agenda items. Commissioner Swift, did you have a comment?
No, my hand was up accidentally. I'll lower it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll accept that excuse for now.
Good.
All right, usually the item next on the agenda is the consent calendar. There are no items on the consent calendar. So we are getting ready, Commissioner Green, to move on to the public hearing items. And the first one is 104 Bothine, and I think you wanted to say something.
Yes, as I live within 500 feet of this property, I have to recuse myself, and I do so. Thank you.
All right, please
Ready for the staff report?
and return when we finish this item.
West,
That was helpful.
west.
Commissioner Fregoso, you are off mute. And do we have a staff report from Principal
Yes, you do.
Planner Neal?
Yes, so this project application is for a conditional use permit for the construction of an approximately 262 square foot, 2-story addition facing Bothine Road on the south side of the residence. The addition will include a sewing room and exterior storage closet on the first floor and the remodel and expansion of the second floor living room. A new approximately 68 square foot deck will be constructed off the east side of the sewing room, and an approximately 200 square foot roof deck will be constructed over the sewing room on the upper floor of the structure, accessed from the expanded living room. The project will increase the residents' living space from 1,619 square feet to 1,881 square feet. Sorry. So the project does not constitute a 50% remodel, and it does not add a bedroom to the structure. Therefore, the analysis of this project does not include the provision of any additional parking to the site, and it doesn't require a parking variance. It also does not require a design review permit because it's a 50% remodel, and the amount of excavation required for the project will be 39 cubic yards, and therefore does not require an excavation permit. An excavation permit is only required if 100 cubic yards or more of material is being moved. So staff made the determination. The code gives you the ability to decide if a project reaches the level where it would require a hill area residential development permit. This project does not. So the alternative is they apply for a use permit, which they have done. And the project complies with all the setback, FAR, lot floor area ratio, lot coverage, height limitations set forth in the RS6 zone where the property is located. The 2-story house to the west at 110 Bothine Road is located approximately 13 feet west and slightly further from the street than the existing house at 79 Bothine. So the addition will be screened from the view of 110 Bothine Road by the existing house at 79 Wood Lane. I'm sorry, 79 Bothine. That was the mistake in the staff reports. That's supposed to be 79 Bothine Road. 98 Bothine Road to the east of the project site is located at the front of the site in line with 104 Bothine Road's garage, which will partially screen its view of the addition. The addition does not extend above the roof line of the existing structure, and it reaches 25 feet in height above grade at the top of the roof peak. Residences on similar size and sloped properties in the Bothine Park neighborhood range in size from a 956 square foot house on a 5,000 square foot property with a floor area ratio of 0.19 to a 2,434 square foot house on a 20,000 square foot property with an FAR of 0.12. So this project will result in a 1,881 square foot residence on a 14,000 square foot parcel with a floor area ratio of 0.13. So the proposed addition will not result in a structure that's out of scale with the site or out of character with the neighborhood. So therefore, we're recommending approval of application 21-15 based on the findings and subject to the conditions contained in the attached the resolution number 2021-16, which is attached to the staff report. And that would conclude our report.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Linda?
Yeah, just for clarification, I think that reference to 79 Wood Lane.
Yeah.
Should be 104 Bothine, not 79 Bothine. I think that's what you stated.
Yes, you're right. 104.
All right. Thanks.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm sorry. So on the bottom of page 2.
Yeah, I'm just trying to refer to the house on the east side of 79 Bothine, not anything on Wood Lane.
79 Bothine or
I'm sorry.
104?
It's supposed to say, I'm trying to refer to the house to the east, which is 104 Bothine Road.
The house that we are looking at is 104 Bothine.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. So I think, hang on, let me check. I wrote it down on the plan. Getting really confused.
I think it should probably say,
Well, we're
The
going to
two-
find out for sure.
I think it should probably,
98 Bothine Road is what it's supposed to say.
well, you've got 2 different sentences in this paragraph. The first one says the 2-story house to the west at 110 Bothine Road is located approximately 13 feet west and slightly further from the street than the existing
Yeah,
house.
no. Okay, I see. Yeah, you're correct. So, okay,
What?
so they're both supposed to be 104 Wood Lane for the first sentence, and then it's 98. Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
Not Wood Lane though, Bothine, right?
Right, Bothine. We're on Bothine. Yep. My other project is on Wood Lane.
Okay, I have a couple more questions. In the discussion on the page 2, it says the town code 17076-050 indicates that improvements or modifications to any site, blah, blah, blah. But I think we're supposed to be in 17080-050 because you said we were R6.
Yes, you are correct. 17080 is RS6.
And the numbers are different in those 2 sections. 080-050C versus 076-050C have different mathematical analysis that I would not begin to understand.
Yeah, so it's the first 2 numbers are 17, and both of these are 17.080, and the last one is 050C. It's referring to the minimum building site size for a property with a 15% slope or greater, which this does have.
Right, and I think that 080-050C and 076-050C have different mathematical equations that result from the code. And I'm asking you which one was applied. Was it the 080-050C, about the 30,000 square feet and 110 foot wide to conform?
Let me just check what I used.
Thank you.
I thought they were relatively the same, but Yeah, so it's actually more. It would have to be, the parcel would have to be 50,000 square feet in size to meet the minimum size requirement, right? And it's only 14,000, so doesn't change the requirement for a use permit.
And the 110 feet wide is still accurate?
No, I'm gonna do that one right now. So that would be 65 plus 129. It would have to be 194 feet wide in the RS6 zone. I must have, I don't know, flipped to the wrong page in the dark working at home.
Off with her head.
Yeah.
Okay, so then one of the things that I keep wanting to see are references to the code because it makes my life easier than having to flip through the code and find the relevant things. So
This is making me feel like I shouldn't include references. I'm just kidding.
well, you know, especially where we have to make findings, and I just want to make sure. So I was citing the findings for the conditional use permit as 17032-060. And I know this is kind of detail oriented, so I'll move to my actual more questions. I had a question about the water district finding. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'll find it as I keep going here. The resolution on page 2 under the first whereas clause refers to the Millar documents. I'm sorry, paragraph 2 refers to the lighting plan being a condition that it be submitted to the prior to issuance of any of the building permits. And I thought we had a lighting plan from
Yeah, so sometimes things come in like after the staff report was written. And so we do have it now. He did a really thorough analysis, which I was able to include in your packet.
All right. And
it doesn't change the fact that he'll need to submit that along with his building permit, right? Yeah.
And then a little further down under 3A, we refer to a construction plan that includes emergency access routes, which I find interesting given our housing element work on egress and where this particular spot is located. How many emergency access routes are they going to be able to identify in the end of the Cascades?
Well, that's just a standard condition that we include. And I think, you know, it says that it's kind of up to the Public Works Director what has to be included in these items. So he can decide not to have them address that. They're supposed to work it out with Public Works.
And I also wondered, and maybe these are not questions that need to be answered because they're more about our code. So forgive me, but in paragraph 12, we have the limitations on the noise and construction demolition work. And we've got 2 different code provisions about noise and what time of day these kinds of noises can occur. And 8.20.050 and 8.20.060, one has an 8 a.m. and one has a 7 a.m. And I'll tell you, when I heard the noises in my neighborhood at 7:30, I went and looked and saw the 7 a.m. first. And it wasn't until tonight that I saw the 8 a.m. So I probably would have been out in the neighborhood in my bathrobe if I'd seen the the other one there too. So it's just a note, really, that it looks like we have different hours in the code, and you've cited the more liberal one here. The other one is a decibel limit at a certain hour. You can only start at that loud decibel limit at 7 a.m. And this one's the construction noise thing, but you know, it's a slippery slope to me. Linda, you don't need to.
Off of 104 both in.
No.
Okay.
Can you listen on the?
I'm listening.
No, I'm sorry, Linda. I'm talking to Commissioner Green. Could you like watch us on TV or something?
No, I'm totally out.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, we're still talking about 104 both ends. The other is another comment about language that I think is routinely stuck in here in paragraph 20 about the alternative materials or methods. And I know that's meant to apply to the fire department's requirements, but it's just vague. And the final question I have, and maybe you can answer this, we've got language before at the very end on page 6, which I see again repeated throughout our resolutions about the project can be approved without causing significant impacts on neighboring residences and the environment. And I wondered if that is a reference to a specific code requirement for us. So, you know, these don't necessarily have to be answered tonight, Linda, or otherwise I'd repeat them for each and every one of the resos that has the same language. But I just wanted to ask them tonight.
So that one, I think that one refers to just some of our findings, you know, the use permit findings. You're not supposed to have, you know, and I think when they say a significant impact, construction is an impact, but it's a temporary impact. It's not a long-term, like a live band in a bar that happens every weekend. You know what I mean? So that is standard language that's been in a lot of resos. I think if the commission wants to revisit, so this a lot of this comes from standard language that was developed years ago by a past planning commission. So if you want to schedule this for a meeting and try to change it, you're welcome to do that. Yeah. It's old, some of it may be outdated.
I mean, yeah, in all of our free time, we can do this. Maybe I will talk to Director Berto about when we are less busy putting it on our big picture to-do list. But in the meantime, maybe we could just think about some of the wording. Okay, with that being said, seeing nobody else's hand up, without further ado, I'm going to see if there are, if the applicant is available and wants to provide any information to the commissioners. I see the architect's hands up. Gary?
Yep. You hear me now?
I can't.
I'm sorry, I just promoted Gary, so it'll be one moment before he returns.
Okay, well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here with Dan and Sandy, the owners and residents at 104 Bothine. We put out our use permit findings and our little narrative on the project, and I'm sure you've all read that. So I'm going to let that one be in your memory of what you've read. Well, we've been working with the city since we filed that those findings, and we think that we've met all the requirements of the town. But I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the specific design of our project. The thing that's been most exciting for us in this whole process is when we put the story poles up Dan and Sandy suggested we have a meeting with the neighbors so that we could answer any questions they had about the project. So we had a gathering in their front yard last Sunday with the story poles and drawings of the project, with the drawings showing what the story poles really were on the elevation drawings. I gave a little presentation about the design and what their desires are that are very much in keeping with my little narrative in our findings packet. And people were generally quite receptive. We had 14 people, I believe, there, and most of them signed a letter of support. The thing that they were most concerned about was the process, not the design. So they were concerned that, how is it going to be noisy? When does it start? When does it end? Was going to mess my parking up. And we were able to happily answer those questions because we have a contractor selected right now is Michael Stanley of Hallrun Stanley. He's a longtime, he grew up in this area. He's a longtime contractor. I've been working with him for at least 10 years on projects like this. And his whole concept is communication is key. So he's going to be readily available for all these neighbors. And I think they were really reassured by that. As far as the impacts, we did get to discuss our lighting plan with the neighbors, and we're able to explain to them what dark sky qualifications were for lighting. And they were very interested in that. But we're very proud of what we've done with the design where everything is shielded. And it's all low level lighting. There's no light spillage outside of the area that's on the property that's intended to be lit. There is an existing floodlight that did bother one of the neighbors that we are gladly getting rid of. Actually, it's an old light that's on a exterior conduit up the side of the building, and we're going to change that out to being low-level path lighting that are dark sky compliant. We have one light already on the plans. It's a light fixture number 5 that lights part of the walkway approach to the addition's porch with that same kind of low-level lighting. So because we've had such a great experience with the neighbors, we've had such a complete experience with the planning department and them helping us make sure that we're complying with all the codes and we're maintaining our 50% or less than 50% remodel. We're anxious to get started on this project, and we hope you'll be able to pass our permit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Millar? All right. Oh, yes. Commissioner Kelly.
Hi, I just had one question. Thank you for the well-documented project. I appreciate that. Can you just illuminate for me the 3-inch square steel tube post out on the addition? What are those?
Those are for shades, so we can put temporary shade cloth up over that deck.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for Mr. Millar or the applicants? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing to any other members of the public who would like to speak on this matter. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. I don't see anyone raising their hand. Ms. Fish, do you see anyone?
I do not, Chair Newton.
All right, then thank you very much, Mr. Lara. I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. which point I'll open it up to whoever would like to say or do whatever they want here. Commissioner Swift.
So I support this project, and should we get to the reso, I have a couple of changes on it.
I do as well, but I too support the resolution. Commissioner Gonzalez-Carver. I'm sorry, sometimes
Yes. No, I was just going to say that I also am in support of the project. I think considering the improvements to the living area, they made very little, well, relatively speaking, impacts to the exterior. I was curious, though, if somebody is going to speak. One of the neighbors, I think, wanted to speak, but I guess we'll hear about that later. One of the neighbors, I guess, had some questions or comments about the addition, but we'll just hold for the comment. Otherwise, I'm in support.
Okay, so we just had the public comment period and no one in the public raised their hand during the public hearing. So I don't know what you're waiting for.
Okay. No, I thought somebody was going to send something. Maybe it wasn't for this project by email.
Yeah, that's for 79 Wood Lane.
Okay. All right. Great. Okay. So then there is no issue.
Well, I'll run through the, pretty minor changes I think I'd recommend. And most of them are just because I'm a lawyer. The first one is on page 1 of the reso. I would just refer to the town code under the conditional use permit findings, maybe a parentheses after the title, conditional use permit findings, town code 17.032 -060, end parentheses. On page 2, I would delete the paragraph about the submittal of the lighting plan and instead refer to that in the first paragraph where you have the architectural plans, or else in paragraph 2, so you don't have to renumber everything, refer to the Millar lighting plan that has already been submitted in paragraph 2.
Just so you know, I think I'm going to put it under 1 and remove 2. I think it'll be less confusing that way. So
those are all my changes.
So I have a change to page 2, the first whereas, including plan pages 2 and 2-1, which I think were left out. And I was going to speak and have a different dark sky change there. But since we're taking that out, I won't add that in. But I do want to make a comment that I really appreciate the applicant's knowledge and use of the International Dark Sky Association's model ordinance, and to include all of the requirements in there. It's probably the best reference that I've seen in a lighting plan and an application to the dark sky requirements. So I appreciate that. Thank you. And then on page 10 at the bottom of page 3. I mean, number 10 on the bottom of page 3. And I think we may have talked about this before. We have a reference to the design review board.
Oh. Yeah.
Right? From a
So-
prior time.
Yeah, I think I will run that by our attorney because they're the ones that came up with that language and somehow we have to. Well, maybe she won't care that we're not referencing that someone's taking action, that someone acting as the design review board is taking action on design review. I'll check with the attorneys. If we can remove it, we'll just take it out permanently.
All right,
hopefully.
thank you.
Okay.
It seems
That
like
was
we
it.
could because we already referenced the planning commission.
Yeah.
That was it for me.
I feel like there's emotion in you there, Cindy.
You feel that? I'd like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2021-16 with the changes that we've incorporated. A resolution of the Fairfax Planning Commission approving application number 21-15 for a conditional use permit for a 262 square foot, 2-story addition to the existing single-family residence at 104 Botheen Road.
I will second.
Thank you. Motion Swift, second Fregoso. And if Linda, you could take a roll call.
Fregoso,
Aye.
Gonzalez Parber,
Aye.
Green. Oh, Green's, never mind. Danson,
Aye.
Kelly,
Aye.
Swift,
Aye.
Chair Newton.
Aye. Okay, so Commissioner Green, if you can still hear us, we're done and we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. Maybe we'll give Commissioner Green a minute here while we slowly finish writing our notes about what just happened. Oh, and there is a 10-day appeal period, calendar day appeal period, and a $625 fee to file an appeal of the commission's decision in the 104 Botheen matter. So take note of that. And I don't see Commissioner Green returning, but
Sure.
maybe he will return as
Oh.
you're helping us with 403 Cascade Drive, and we're getting the staff report on that.
His image is up, but in any event. Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Your commission has seen this application twice before. It's a request to demolish and replace an existing 1,288 square foot house with a 2-story house containing a total of 1,745 square feet. That would consist of 1,136 square feet on the ground floor with a 467 square foot attached garage at that level and a 690 square foot second story. The house would be a total of 22 feet tall and be virtually in the same footprint, certainly towards the rear, towards the creek, as the existing house. Exterior finishes and materials include a dark brown hand troweled stucco for the exterior siding, and oil rubbed brown aluminum windows and standing seam shop finish metal roof. Your planning commission heard this on May 20th and July 15th meetings and continued it at that time to confirm the status of the location of the house with respect to applicable creek setback requirements. At your July 15th meeting, the commission confirmed that they wanted to use the break in the slope of the bank up from the creek as the determinant for top of bank, and rejected staff's earlier suggestion of using the 100-year floodplain as the boundary for determining flood height. With the commission's direction about the location of the top of the bank, it was determined that the applicant's project did require a variance, since the top of the slope is 19.5 feet above the creek bed, which would require, per our code, a 39-foot setback from that break and slope. And the house is located an average of 27 feet from the top of the bank. So that requires a 12-foot variance. So the item was renoticed to note the variance. And you'll see the staff report detailing the variance discussion and findings. Staff believes that we can make the findings for the variance for stream bank setback. It's not a special privilege. Denying the applicant this would deny him of privileges commonly enjoyed by neighbors, and there's no detriment to the environment, et cetera, from the location of the house, and it would constitute an unreasonable hardship to require him to pull the house further forward. As noted, the plans show that there's very little additional coverage. The applicant does intend to use pervious surfaces on the driveway. Your commission will note that at the approach towards Cascade Drive, where the driveway enters the Cascade public right-of-way, it will require to be paved. And that's mainly to get a smooth transition from the private property onto the public street, and to avoid tracking gravel onto the street, which of course, people riding bikes or skateboarding or whatever could come to grief because of that. So with those changes, I also note that the applicant staff believes that we can make the design review and conditional use permit findings for this application as well. With those changes, staff does recommend that the commission approve resolution 20-21 or 2021-12. And I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Berto. Commissioner Swift.
A couple comments on the staff report, and then I had a question. So neither the staff report, action requested, or the resolution title include creek setback variance as one of the actions requested. Just wanted to mention that. And also it references the minutes from the July 15th meeting, and those, since they haven't been approved, should be referenced as draft minutes just for the record. And then I had a question as to number 24 on the reso. The Ross Valley Fire Department mentions a deferred permit, and I've not seen that language before. Can you explain what that is?
Separate deferred permission required for the
I can, sometimes they put that deferred language in, sometimes they don't. It just means it's going to come in with the building permit, deferred to a later date, not prior to the planning commission meeting.
Yeah, I was thinking they might even separate it out. It would be prior to issuance of the building permit, but it's something that they have to work out with the fire department. So they're just clarifying that they have to work it out with the fire department.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jansen.
Yeah, I think the issue was that a variant, the main issue was that a variance was needed for the last meeting, and I didn't see that. So
That's weird.
is my sound coming through?
Now it is. I was just wondering.
Oh, yeah, there is something wrong with the connection that I have. I apologize. I believe the last time we left it, the main issue was that we needed the variance for the setback. But I did not see that in the reso. Did I miss that?
Yes, it's contained in the body of the reso. Let me, although as Commissioner Swift noted, it's missing from the title, but
I think it's page 2, and if we get to the reso, I think one of my comments was going to be that it's on page 2 in the middle. It speaks to a variance, but it doesn't identify the variance that is being requested. So that
we could
ideally would have said creek setback variance should we get to the reso. Does that help?
Yes, I think that's what was needed. Thank you.
Are there other commissioner questions for Director Berto? All right, I have a couple. Ben, do you know what year this current existing structure was constructed?
I do not have that information at the top of my head, but the applicant is here. So
I'm not going to ask the applicant. I will do that. I just wanted to see if you knew, so I can ask the applicant.
it's my guess is it's at least 60 years old.
I'll ask the applicant. Similar to some of the questions that I raised with Principal Planner Neal, under page 4 of the staff report, there's a reference to the town code 17084050 that I believe should be 1708050. And I have the same question that I asked Planner Neal about the mathematical conclusions arrived at with respect to the slope and the size of the lot and the width, and whether or not those standards were identical or if they're different, if this conclusion is based on 084050 or 088050.
Give me a minute and I'll determine that.
Thanks.
Okay. The reference is simply incorrect. It should be 080. It is RS6, and the applicable standards listed in the table on page 3 are those for the RS6 zone district. Staff apologizes for the mistake.
So the 60-foot minimum width is accurate
Correct.
in the text. Okay. Is there thought there was a slight difference between the location of the back wall, the streamside wall on the proposed project and the existing house? Isn't there like a 2-foot difference or something?
Yeah, the proposed project is slightly, I don't know if it's as much as 2 feet, but it's just inside the location. It's just slightly further back, maybe a foot from the creek than the existing house, as shown on the plans.
Okay, because, some of the language suggests that it's exactly the same spot. So I want to be a little bit more clear if we get to the reso on some of that. And then the last question I have for you is page 4 of the resolution. There's a reference to plans and calculations of the foundation being submitted to the town engineer or building permit plan checker. And I wonder, do you really have somebody with a title building permit plan checker, or is that the building official?
I believe in the current context, they're one and the same. That
Okay.
Well, we sent it to Coastline, basically.
It jumped out at me because I think everywhere else we refer to that as the building official. And I thought permit plan checker seems very limited in scope and building official. So, but that was just a question, so you don't need to worry about it.
We appreciate you capturing these nuanced things, and we will work on our phraseology for future meetings.
Except, can I say that most new homes go to Coastland? Our building official has too much to do. He doesn't check new homes.
So building permit plan checker is more general. It's
whoever it could be in-house or it could be out of house, but the main thing is that they stamp the plans and submit them to us and we look at them.
All right, well, maybe when we get there. So I don't see anybody else's hands. And I guess I can open the meeting to the applicant now.
Saw Mr. Thompson here.
Yeah, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Fernandez, if they're available. I see Mr. Thompson has his hand raised. And I think, Mr. Thompson, if you can speak, if you can unmute yourself, you may be able to be heard.
Good evening. This is Dan Thompson. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Yes. Myself and Mr. Fernandez are here.
Great. And we really appreciate your patience with us. And could you tell me when the existing home was constructed?
Well, I heard you talking about that, and I was trying to find the exact date, but I'm not really sure. I want to say it was like 35 or 39. My family took possession of it in 1956.
Okay, thank you. Do you have other comments, or are there, before I open this up for the commissioners to ask you questions, if they have any?
I do not at the moment, no.
Okay, do any commissioners have questions for the applicant or his architect? I guess I was the only one. Commissioner Green has his hand up. Go ahead, Commissioner Green.
Oh, I just thought might as well have another question. I usually ask this: what is the reason for the building? What are your plans with it?
The reason for building my home, to live there, and retire there for the rest of my life.
Okay, that's what I figured. Some people are honest enough to say to fix it and resell it, whatever. It's just interesting. Thank you. Appreciate it. Glad you're here. Glad you're staying.
Oh, great, thanks. Yeah, yeah. In the beginning of the meeting, when we first started this, we kind of talked about that this house is basically without a foundation. It's full of dry rot. It's a tear down. I had several different contractors take a look at it as far as doing a major remodel, and they all pretty much gave me the same feedback that it would be perhaps even cheaper in the long run to rebuild, to just demo and rebuild. So that was my reason for that, and to make it a very simple, open home that I would enjoy spending the rest of my life in.
Great. I mean, personally, it's one of my favorite things to see old houses fixed up to new code and replaced when necessary. And I like the plans. I think it's good the way you've reapproached it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And not seeing any other commissioners with questions, if you could just stay there and hold on. And what we'll do is we'll open up the public hearing to other members of the public who may wish to be heard on this matter. And if you would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. And I'll wait a moment and give people that want to speak an opportunity to raise their hands. But I don't see anyone. And Ms. Fish, I'm going to rely on you to let me know if I've missed anybody.
I have not, Chair Newton. I do not see any hands raised.
Fabulous. So I am going to close the public hearing and thank Mr. Thompson for his time, and bring it back to the Planning Commission for any discussion or other action. Well, all right, I'll start this off again. I am in favor of this. I would like to make a couple suggested changes to the language of the draft resolution that we have in front of us. They would include adding the reference to the creek setback variance in the title of the resolution, as well as the application number 21-10. And then on the first page, where it says design review, to put in parentheses the town code section 17-020-040. And at the top of page 2, where it refers to the use permit, put a parenthetical that references town code 17-032-060. Now I have to do some math in my head, so hold on. Under the variance, and again, I would like to put the town code for the variance findings there, but I didn't look that up. And then in the third paragraph, moving the location of the house further away from the bank where the current residence has existed on this site for decades. And there I would add something along the lines of close to where the current residence has existed on this site for over 8 decades. And where it is more than twice the elevation of the 100-year floodplain. I think that should be where it is more than twice the elevation of the, I think we should cite the actual twice the average depth of the bank instead of twice the elevation of the 100-year floodplain.
Chair Newton?
Yeah,
So I think if we were going to be technically accurate with that change to twice the bank height, it would be where it would be twice the bank height. Because that's all we would require if we were going to.
Right. Where it would be.
Twice. So I'm getting rid of more than.
Twice. Okay, I see what you're saying. I was saying twice the depth of.
Right.
The
depth of the bank. Okay.
And then it's on the top of page 7, the approval of this design review permit, creek setback variance and use permit is in conformance, blah, blah, blah. And those are my recommended changes.
I have a couple additions to that if you would accept them. And on page, sorry about the puppy. On page 2, the section on the variance, I don't know if you've got that. It should be the creek setback variance. And then number 17 on page 5 regarding the outdoor lighting, I'd like to change that to read, prior to the issuance of any of the building permits for the project, the applicant or his assignees shall provide a lighting plan that shows all lighting to be dark sky compliant, to include compliance with color, temperature, to minimize blue rich lighting, and shall be the minimum necessary for safety. That was it.
Are there any other comments or further recommendations, Commissioner Green?
Yeah, I liked what Commissioner Swift just read about dark sky, and would say that something like that could become a kind of permanent fixture paragraph of any project that requires dark sky, because I think that takes everything, the color and the temperature and everything into consideration, whereas what we have is a little vague. Thank you.
Yeah, at some future date when we have the time, we should adopt a dark sky ordinance. In that way, if we're going to specifically adhere to those standards, we would have a local ordinance to refer to. But I understand.
Well,
And you can add that to the list that we started a couple years
figure that
ago.
in with the odds also, a dark sky standard, right?
You know, that might be a way to do it.
Yeah.
For certainly multifamily. Okay, I'll make a note. Thank you,
Yeah,
Commissioner Green.
These things develop, don't they?
Especially when you have, when you're firing on all cylinders, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber.
Yes, I think I have a comment question. I was not at the July meeting, and I remember at the first meeting, I think I had requested more information on the site for landscaping and drainage and lighting, and I think it's possible that my package is incomplete. The staff report talks about a landscaping and drainage plan has been provided, attachment C, but my attachment C doesn't have that. I'm going to trust that the information has been provided at some point, either to staff or at the last meeting. And as far as the variance goes, I am in support of this project. So I was just kind of curious if I can support this with a vote without all the information. Let's just say that I trust that staff has addressed and the Planning Commission has addressed everything that was requested.
Yes, Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber, we did recall your prior to the last meeting request, and the applicant provided that information on the landscaping. It's fairly modest. It provides screening of the garage as requested, and was included in the packet for the last meeting. So in the attachment, we included a link to the item at the last planning commission meeting. So rather than dredging up those plans, it's simply a reference to where those plans are already.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
I don't see any other comments from commissioners. I would entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve resolution 2021-12 as amended by Commissioner Swift and as amended by Chair Newton.
I'd second that.
Great. So we have a motion from Commissioner Jansen and a second from Commissioner Green. Director Berto?
Yeah, it's just per your earlier correction, Chair Newton, we should amend that motion to 2110 or 2021-10 for consistency of the application.
No, I think that's the application identification number as not the resolution. The resolution
Right.
is for
It's 2021-10.
No, the resolution is 2021-12 and the application is 21-10.
Let me
Right.
see. Let me check with Planner Neil if she's listening with bated breath on this item, whether we automatically sync the resolution number to the application number.
Not,
No,
not.
we do
Okay.
not.
I stand corrected then.
All right, so we are still with a motion from Commissioner Jansen and a second from Commissioner Green. And Director Berto, if you could take the roll call of the commissioner, that would be great.
Yes, Commissioner Fragoso,
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Commissioner Kelly,
Aye.
Commissioner Swift,
Aye.
Commissioner Jansen,
Aye.
and Chair Newton.
Aye. All right, so the application is approved and there is a 10 calendar day appeal period and a $625 fee to file an appeal from the commission's decision. Thank you very much, everybody, and we are moving along here. Let us go.
Chair Newton, I'm sorry. May I ask for a 5-minute break?
Sure, we can take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Be back at 8:20, everybody. Please, thank you. Okay, you can all turn your cameras back on. We'll get this party started.
Recording in progress.
And hopefully Commissioner Jansen will be able to rejoin us after he reboots. We will, however, move into item 3 on our agenda. And I believe Principal Planner Neil is making the presentation of the staff report for this item. We have everybody back. Hold on, we got 1, 2. I'm looking for, there's Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber. Okay, great. We'll have to start as we are.
Okay. So the project proposes to demolish a dilapidated 749 square foot, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, single family residence and shed built in 1912 to construct and this is a correction that I sent to you, that was pointed out by the architect, a 2,639 square foot, 2-story structure. And that's the house and the accessory dwelling unit are going to total 2,639 square feet with a partially below basement. 1,935 square feet of the structure will be the 3-bedroom, 2.5-bathroom, single family residence, while the remainder will be the 704 square foot, 1-bedroom, 2nd-story accessory dwelling unit. The project includes a 450 square foot, 1-car detached garage. Roughly 11 feet of the front of the site is in flood zone X. And there's another correction here, an area that has a 0.2% chance of annual flood. So that's a 500-year flood. It doesn't flood to a depth of 2 feet. It's less than 1 feet when it floods. And the house itself is located out of the flood zone. And flood zone X is not a zone that requires flood insurance. So what's next? The project complies with the regulations set forth in the RS6 zone district. It complies with the minimum front and rear and combined front and rear. It complies with the minimum 5-foot side setbacks, but they're requesting a variance of the combined 20-foot setback. The project requires the approval of the following discretionary permits, and we'll list the permit and then give our discussion. So it requires a hill area residential development permit because even though the house, the front of the property is level, it slopes up steeply at the back, and the average slope makes it subject to the HRD application along with the amount of excavation and fill. So the applicants have presented a geotechnical report. They've submitted a drainage plan, which is included in your plan sets. The project engineer recommended that a debris wall be installed on the hillside behind the house, and that's been incorporated into the plans. They've also included a retaining wall at the back of the house that will help protect the house from any slides that might come down. Wood Lane is one of the streets in town where we've actually lost 2 structures to slides coming down and just wiping the houses out. So that's just a problem that occurs all along Wood Lane. So our town engineer has reviewed the entire body of information, the plans, the reports, the drainage plans, and he has indicated that he believes the site can be developed without creating any drainage or slide problems for the neighboring properties or for the public street improvements. The project requires a design review permit. And the design of the 2-story structure house with a subgrade basement attempts to reduce the apparent mass of the structure by incorporating 2 front porches, centering the peak of the roof in the middle of the building footprint, placing the first level of the building partially below grade, and filling the area around the residence. The front will also be articulated using mullioned windows of various shapes and sizes, as will the sides and rear of the structure. The garage siding and roof materials and colors will match the house, although the windows in the side and rear will be double hung style. The design results in most of the house being 1 foot below the permitted 28.5 feet above natural grade. Although there's one area in the center of the structure that will reach 28 feet in height, only a half a foot below the maximum 28.5 foot above the existing natural grade. So they're filling. So when you look at the house that's being presented, the elevations, there's fill around a lot of it. But when the neighbors look at the house, it's going to be 28 feet above their grade, which is going to be below the grade of the finished grade of the site. So we did a little survey of other more newer homes in the area or homes that have had additions, and we discovered that most of them do not exceed 23 to 24 feet in height above the natural grade. The property to the west of the site at 75 Wood Lane recently built an ADU at the front southwest corner, including rooftop solar panels. A review of the shade studies provided by the applicant reveals that in the winter during the afternoon, the proposed new residence will shade the ADU and solar panels at 75 Wood Lane. The house to the west also has an ADU in the back. And I think it's kind of significant that she provided, the neighbor wrote a letter and provided a photo of what the tenant of that unit will see when the house, her name is Renu Malhotra. And on the second to the last page of her letter, she provides a photograph through the window of her ADU and shows you what, you can see the story poles. So you'll see the visual impact that it's going to have on that ADU.
And if I could interrupt really quickly, I do have that slide up if when it comes time for the public discussion, I will post that slide.
Yeah, so the square footage being proposed by the house is not that excessive. You know, it's in keeping with the floor area ratios that you find throughout the neighborhood. But staff does feel that it's too tall. And I think the fill, you know, when you're looking at the plans, the fill makes it seem like it's not that much taller than the neighboring homes, but you have to remember that it's being measured above the fill, the height. And so the neighbors are going to be looking at a structure that's higher. So they also require an excavation permit and a retaining wall height variance. The architect and I have a difference of opinion whether this needs a retaining wall height variance, but I'll explain why I feel it does. Again, I'm going off of existing grade and they're measuring off of the filled grade. So anyway, the project requires the excavation of 132 cubic yards of material and 25 cubic yards of fill, resulting in 107 cubic yards of off-haul from the site. So they need a permit from you because it's over 100 cubic yards. So stabilizing the creek bank, the cut bank at the rear of the site will require a retaining wall that varies in height from 2 feet to, I believe, 7.5 feet at the westernmost end. If you look at, I should have written down the page number, but if you look at, it's the site plan, page 1. When you look at the natural grade and measure to the top of the wall, you get 7 feet 4 inches. If they fill the site, yeah, maybe it lowers it to, 5 feet, but you still have a structure. If you weren't filling, it would be 7 feet. So I guess it depends on how you want to look at it. So the excavation and fill that's going in to build the retaining wall at the back of the site, definitely necessary. That hillside is unstable, and so that's a required excavation and fill. Is the basement required? I don't really believe that it is, and that's adding excavation. The Hill Area Residential Development Permit findings, one of them is that excavation has been minimized, but I don't believe a basement does that. And I know we are always very concerned because of the condition of our roads about the amount of off-haul, but I think if you're filling, and it's kind of misrepresenting the height that's going to be facing neighbors, I don't know if that's a justification for bringing in fill. So anyway, we weren't able to make the findings required for the excavation permit. We don't believe it's been minimized. It also requires a combined side yard setback variance, and staff can support the combined side yard setback variance. They've put the garage closest to one side and they've put the house closer to the other side. They've kind of split the difference. So the impacts are kind of shared by both neighboring homes, which are lower in height. The site's only 50 feet wide, so it's difficult to move. It would be difficult to move the garage behind the house. It would take up all the yard area. It has very little level yard area. Moving it to the front of the house would, I think, negatively impact the visual aspects of it. So we believe we could make the required findings to support the combined side yard setback variance. We just believe that there are ways to make this the height of the house, bring it down. We've got an 8-foot upper floor, a 9-foot lower floor. You know, you could reduce the height of one of the floors. You could, similar to the way 39 Wood Lane was just built, the newer house as you come up the street on the left, it has the same type of mat foundation, and the house is right on the mat foundation. It hasn't been raised up above the natural grade. So we're recommending that this be continued and that the applicant look at a redesign to try to bring the height down. The other thing I wanted to point out is that the neighbor to the west was out of the country when she received the notice, and so she could be impacted by the drainage. In her letter, she requests a continuance so that she has time to get her own hydrologist and engineers to take a look at the plans to make sure that it's not going to negatively impact her. So anyway, we're recommending that you continue this project and ask for a redesign. And if you choose to do that, we would like the resubmittal to include the revised plans, revised grading plans, house elevations, and a site plan showing existing and proposed grades, revised shade studies, a revised excavation fill table, and a revised grading and drainage plan. And a detailed explanation should also be provided for why the revised plans represent the maximum reasonable height reduction. So that would conclude our report.
Thank you very much, Planner Neal. Do we have questions from any of the commissioners for staff? Commissioner Jansen.
As I understand it, regardless of excavation or backfill, measured from the existing street to top of house is less than 28 feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Green.
Thanks. So the question, I mean, one of the, on page 8 of the staff report, it says the amount of excavation or fill you feel you can't make that finding. So can that be done, you know, sort of penciling in with the plans? Can the fill be reduced, but still they get what they need? And then wouldn't that work, it seems to me, if you reduce the fill, reduce the amount of excavation, and you lower the 9-foot story to a 8-foot one, overall that would improve the tall visual impression. I saw a lot of the neighbor comments, and so this is the concern, is it not, that that even though the house is possibly compliant with the code, the impression of the neighbors is that's the concern?
So we often face this with, you know, strict compliance with the code when it comes to the height of houses, but you have to remember your findings, that the house is in keeping with the size of the site and with the surrounding neighborhood. And so if you have, you know, it's unfortunate that this site has 2 single-story homes and 2 single-story ADUs next to it. So you have the ability to ask them to lower the height. That's if you feel that it's going to negatively impact the neighboring homes. If you don't feel that it is, then you can continue it and direct staff to come back with a resolution for approval.
Okay, right, of course. Okay.
I just feel that it is. So I think they can do, you know, minor changes, right, and lower the height so that it will not have such an impact on the two neighboring homes and the 2 neighboring ADUs.
Okay, Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. Is it true that they're adding enough fill on the lower portion of the site that they're actually having to retain on both sides of the site? So there's going to be a retaining issue at both neighbors?
It
lot line?
it only shows a retaining wall on the west side, a 2-foot high retaining wall along the west side. And that's the neighbor that would like additional time to have her own experts look at the drainage and everything. She, yeah, so she's hasn't had time. She just got a notice. There was no outreach before the notice was sent out.
Okay, Commissioner Frioso?
Thank you. A question for Linda. I'm having difficulty identifying why it is that they feel they need so much fill. Did you cover that? Did I miss it somehow?
No, you'll have to ask them that. I think they probably know that it's a big concern in Fairfax to try to minimize off-haul. So that could be one of the reasons they're trying to keep it on the site. It also could be that, if you have a higher ground level, it's easier to get drainage off the site. I've talked to other neighbors out there that say that when it rains really hard, these level portions of the site on Wood Lane, water pools up. If the water comes down really fast, right, it pools up on the site because there's not enough grade, on the site to get it to the street. But is that enough? Is that enough of a reason to
Well, and shouldn't
come up with to design a 27.5-foot above existing grade house next to two? Sure.
And shouldn't there be
I don't think
an adequate drainage system rather than just raising the fill to accommodate water that might accumulate?
Well, the town engineers looked at their drainage system and he feels it's adequate. Of course, it's a preliminary drainage plan. So he re-reviews it again, when the final plans get to the building permit stage. Then there can be tweaks and minor changes, right? But they've shown how they can get it off the back hillside through the retaining wall to the front and out to the street.
With the proposed is that only with the proposed fill? Or could that be done without the proposed fill?
Other sites on Wood Lane have managed to do it. We have a new house right down the street that didn't bring in fill, and they have a very similar situation. That water comes down off the hill. They actually had a slide there, but they take the water off the hill, they take it around the house, and they get it out to the street.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Kelly?
Another one, it looks from the building section like the first floor is raised up about 3.5 feet. Is that what I'm seeing? I'm seeing the right thing there?
Yep. And basements don't have to have that high of a ceiling if it's, so there's a number of ways the height could be reduced for the house.
Okay, Commissioner Swift?
I had two questions. One, and I may have missed it. The plans have attached a 2.3, a lighting plan, and it was dated, I think, July 1st of 21.
It was supposed to be stapled to the front of your plans, an 8.5 by 11 by 17.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And my question on that is, it doesn't show, I believe the second floor is showing a 4th bedroom and a family room.
Yeah, I think that might be just an oversight on their part because originally this house came in with the ADU over the garage as a 2-story detached accessory structure, right? And the house was just going to be the house. And so I think they inadvertently used the floor plans from the previous house. Now that other bedroom has been converted to the ADU because the planner that originally was handling this, Kara Spencer, is no longer with us. She advised them that would be a variance that staff didn't think they could support for a 2-story accessory structure, right next to this 1-story ADU that's on the neighbor's property that's very close to the property line. I mean, then that ADU would really be looking just at a wall. It wouldn't be very pleasant.
Okay. And I don't know if this is a question for you or the applicant. The project engineer, and this relates to the type of foundation being proposed. The project engineer states that the owner accepts the risk of future maintenance and/or repairs due to their selection of the foundation type. So my question is, does that future maintenance and repairs risk that the applicant would be accepting only apply to the owner's parcel and building, or does that go to any maintenance repairs to neighboring properties or town property?
You're going to have to ask the applicant that, but I did talk to our town engineer about that, and he said that so when you don't do the drilled pier and grade beam foundation and you use a mat foundation, you can have settling. So it's mostly going to be, like cracking paint, and it's not going to be anything that can harm. The house isn't going to collapse on the people living in it, right? Because of the mat foundation. So there's no life-threatening issues that are going to happen. I don't know whether that's going to cover, if drainage dumps, water on the other neighbor because of the fill. I don't think it applies to that. I think it's mostly applying to damage that might occur to the structure because of the mat foundation. That's going to be
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, are there any other commissioner questions for staff? Yeah, Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber.
Yes. So, Linda, you said something about the basement doesn't need to be that tall. Is the raised foundation being driven by the basement height, or is it because of the runoff that they're worried about, or both?
You're going to have to ask them, but the building official seems to think that anything below grade in this area is not a good idea, because you can have mold and sump pump requirements, and even if you have a moisture barrier, can easily get damaged during construction, and then you have mold problems. So you're going to have to ask them, if a basement is truly a basement and you're not going to be living in it, it doesn't need to have that high of a ceiling.
Right. I was just wondering what was driving the raised foundation to be 3 feet, which is unusual. So I
think it could be because they want to fill the site, right? So they want to get their floors above the fill. And the architect explained they wanted to get a sloped driveway, but I'm not exactly sure, is that necessary? Other driveways in the neighborhood are just on the natural grade. They're not elevated.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. I do have a couple questions as well. Okay, similarly to the last two staff reports, Linda, at the top of page 6, I see a citation to 17080-080A, that I think should be 17080-060A. And after the citation and the definitions to 17008-020, I think if you could remove the D. Oh, you're still no way. I'm sorry.
Yes, you are correct. It is supposed to be 060.
So there's also a reference in the next couple lines down to 17008-020, and there's a stray lowercase d before the word definition.
That's not supposed to be there. That's our definition section. So there's no small case letters.
But I also wanted to refer to the language here about the natural grade and the definition to the natural grade here, and wondering if there was similar. Oh, sorry. I keep stepping away. I don't see it.
It's because I'm just looking at my code book, right? I can't have a room to keep it where my computer is. So.
Yeah, no, I hear you. 17-008-020 definitions.
Yeah, so that actually strengthens my position because it does say height is measured above natural grade.
Right.
Definition of height says natural grade. Thank you for pointing that out. I wish I'd known that a
you're
couple days
welcome.
ago. I've been stressing out about this whole thing.
Also, just from a legal perspective, at the bottom of page 6, the fact that the story poles here are not as high as the actual proposal, given the grade issue, is a concern to me from a legal notice.
I'm glad you said that, because I've rechecked after talking to the architect, and most of them they did measure above natural grade. So like the ones on the corners, I think are relatively accurate, but the ones in the center, I don't know how accurate they are, because when I use the existing elevation and then their finished height, and when I scale it on the cross section through the house, I'm getting 28 feet above natural grade. So.
Well, it is worth further review, I believe. At the top of page 9, there's a reference to Town Code section 17-076-070 B2 that I think should be 17-080-070 B2. And this is again a one that references the slope percentage and the side yard setbacks and the combined side yard setbacks. So I just want to make sure, if I'm correct, that we're citing the wrong code, that we still nonetheless have the correct mathematical analysis of what the minimum requirements for side yard setbacks and combined side yard setbacks are for that 17-080-070 B2.
Yep, it's 080. What's 076? I don't know how that's happening.
I basically spend my weekends comparing sections to the.
No, I think what this has showed me is I have to do better tabbing of my code that I have at home, because I'm obviously not flipping back and forth to the right zones, which is why I keep getting the RD 5.5-7 instead of RS6.
Well, and Michelle Gardner recently updated my code book with all the most recent codes, and I think that made all the difference. It's so exciting now with her. All right. So, but the math is still the same on the side yard setbacks. I guess that's my question.
Yes, the side yard setbacks are the same in the RS6 and the RD 5.5-7 for properties with a 15% slope.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber.
Yes, Linda, can you identify which adjacent structures are the one-story ADUs? I'm looking at A1. Or is it possible to ID those?
Yeah. So you see the smaller structure that's right adjacent to the garage on the west side?
Yes.
That's the ADU at 85 Wood Lane. And when you look at the east side, if you go east of the front corner of the house, that structure at the front that's the ADU on that property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so not seeing any other commissioner hands raised for questions for staff, I will ask if the applicant wishes to speak, and ask the applicant to raise their hand if they do. And we've got Laura Caroline and Mr. Friedman. And Laura Kay has her hand raised, and Mr. Friedman I see is there as well. So great. I think you can both speak now.
Together? Laura, you go first, please.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I sent an email to Ben and to Linda with the slides I wanted to share. So did you receive that? Okay.
Yes, and I have provided those to Tamala, our web host, so she is prepared to work off your slideshow.
All right. So yes, I see that it's up. So thank you. Also, I wanted to ask it. I did a letter to clarify some of the issues in the staff report and hopefully clarify some of the questions that were raised. So I don't know if the commission was able to receive those that response or not. But
I sent them.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if they.
Okay. So anyway, I'm highlighting some of those points that were raised in this presentation. So hopefully that will answer some of the questions the commissioners have, and we are available to, and the property owner Kopi's here as well. We're separate, but we hope that we've got things coordinated here. So this is the existing structure on the site. The owner of the property is a longtime Fairfax resident who's building the project as his personal residence, as his existing hillside house no longer works for him. He's been working on the design for the property for the last few years. The project site is currently developed with a 749 square foot cottage that was built in 1912, according to assessor records. The existing cottage is in poor condition and will be demolished as part of the development. Now, I want to, I don't know if you could see in the very back behind the picnic table and just that wall that's behind the house there, existing house, that is the elevation. This is going to be the rear yard of the house. So that is the elevation that we set the finished floor of the new proposed house at. So there's a 4-foot difference from the top of that wall behind the picnic table all the way to the front of the street. Okay, we can go on to the next slide. Okay, so this slide illustrates how this lot is narrower and has less buildable area than the other neighboring lots. Okay, we can go on to the next one. Okay, so the existing lot's fairly flat and with a slope less than 10% in the front of the site, and then slopes up steeply at the rear. The grade elevation change is approximately 4 feet, like I said. And so the proposed construction will occur at the front portion of the lot where the development has already occurred. A new 1,939 square foot single family residence with 704 square foot accessory dwelling unit will be built approximately 30 feet from the street curb. New off-street parking will be provided where none currently exists and a new driveway placed to the west side of the residence. A new 450 square foot detached garage will be built in approximately the same location where the existing cottage is situated. The rear portion of the lot will remain undeveloped. Okay, next slide. Okay, so there's an existing 15-inch diameter apple tree that's located currently where the new driveway will be located, and that's already been approved to be removed by the tree committee. There's an existing 9-inch live oak tree at the southwest corner that's going to remain. And the new landscaping will be simple cottage style plantings, and it will meet low water requirements. And the Ross Valley Fire Department has already approved the landscaping as part of their vegetation management review. Okay, so we can skip the next 2 slides unless people have questions about the floor plan. But I think most of the questions have been related to these next slides, 7, 8, and 9, which are the exterior elevations and the building section. So a 2-story design is necessary due to the narrow lot width of 50 feet. In order to comply with the combined side yard, to combine with setback requirements, the width of the house is limited to under 30 feet. Another constraint is the steep grade located approximately 20 feet behind the residence, creating very limited buildable area on the lot. And the finished floor elevation was determined by the existing rear patio level. 9-foot ceilings proposed at the main floor and 8-foot at the upper floor. Those are kind of considered standard heights for residents, and shallow pitched roof of 4 and 12 is proposed. If we can go on to the next slide. So if you can see at the on the bottom drawing, the west elevation, the garage is situated at where that existing rear level area is. And so in order to reach the 4 feet of the front of the lot, there's a slope of 5% needed for the driveway. So that's really where the fill is proposed. I think there was a drawing error on the other side. So the story poles and all that were certified by a surveyor, and they're all based off of the proposed finished floor and the ridge from the existing natural grade. So I think there's been a misunderstanding that we're proposing to place fill. It's just in order to make that driveway work, because otherwise there'd be kind of a steep slope at the rear to get into the garage. So it's just meant to create a gentle slope from the front to the back. Okay, if we can go on to the next slide. And we can go on to the next slide. Okay, so this is a artist rendering of the project. The design is a farmhouse style as desired by the owner to complement the other traditional building style in the neighborhood. A front porch is proposed across the front of the residence. Next slide. Okay, so there's a metal ribbed roof in the reddish color. The siding is cement board, lap siding in neutral colors to meet WUI requirements, and black window frames are proposed to tie the colors together. And so I don't think we need to share the next slides unless there's questions by the commission about the foundation and soils on the site, because the property owner, Kobe, can answer those questions because he has firsthand knowledge of the discussions between the geotechnical engineer and the town engineering firm. So I'd like to have the owner, Kobe, speak next.
Hello, thank you, Laura. My name is Kobe Friedman. Thank you very much for, and I'm here with my partner, Melinda Benedict. We've been working on this house together. And I'd like to thank you, the commissioners, for my understanding is that you volunteer your time, which is pretty remarkable. And I really appreciate that. So anyway, so I wrote a little letter that'll explain the reason for the fill and everything that went into this design. So there we go. So we are long-time Fairfax residents. We've lived here since 1994. We are in our 70s, and for the past 17 years, we have lived in a house that I built, Kobe, on Forest Avenue. Melinda wrote that letter, by the way, so she's referring to me as Kobe. This house is on a steep hillside with no usable yard and has 47 stairs from the front door to our bedroom. 2 years ago, Kobe injured his knee and could not go up or down the stairs and was confined to the house for a period of time. It served as a wake-up call to us, and as much as we love our current home and neighborhood, we realized we need to provide a less challenging living space for ourselves for the future with ADA accessibility. We love Fairfax and plan to spend our remaining years in this town. We found the opportunity to buy 79 Wood Lane, which is a tear-down house on a level lot, which gave us the opportunity to design the ideal house for us. This is a house that is before you to comment on and hopefully approve tonight. The house, as currently designed, has a modest master bedroom, kitchen and living area on the ground floor, and 2 bedrooms on the second floor. The 2 upstairs bedrooms are small, and we have them for family and friends who occasionally visit us from out of town. And for a potential live-in caregiver, should the need arise, hopefully not until far into the future, anyways. Although the house has a new stairs up to the front door, the house, as you know, as Linda mentioned, is raised 3.5 feet from existing grade in order for us to meet the backyard, which is 3.5 foot higher than the grade at the front of the house. That's a reason why the house is raised 3.5 feet, so we can walk out the back door into the yard. But that's I'm ad-libbing now. It's not in my letter, but anyway, just explaining why the 3.5 foot in the front. Okay, so where was I? Where am I in my letter? Although the house has a few stairs up to the front door and main living area, we have proposed as part of our landscape plan to backfill and grade the side yards to accommodate wheelchair access to the living area through the back door. So in other words, there's a way for us to get to the main living area with a wheelchair, not through the stairs. And that's why we backfill the side yard. It has nothing to do with having to pretend like the building is smaller. It's really, is not at all our intention. And I regret that that staff thinks that this is our motivation. Okay, so, but putting that aside, the back half of the second story is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath ADU to provide extra income we may need when we retire and live on fixed income. Okay, the house design is very traditional and in keeping with the Fairfax spirit. We think there is such a thing, and this house is it. The house design is in full compliance with the Fairfax Planning Code. When we erected the story poles, we learned the house seemed too large to some neighbors. And we beg to argue that it isn't. Although it can look like it as a house sits on although it can look like this because the house sits on a very narrow lot. Therefore, we anticipated that, and therefore, in order to mitigate for this optical illusion of a large house, we have set the house back 26 feet from the property line, although the required front setback is only 6 feet. So we really pushed it back just to mitigate the impact of the house seemed to some people to be too large. And I'm closing by saying we hope the commission finds this design reasonable and acceptable, and we vote to approve the applications this evening. Thank you, Melinda Benedict, Kobe Friedman. So, so a couple of points that brought us. So I explained the 3.5 foot, why the first story 3.5 foot above ground, so you can walk out the back door and meet the backyard, which is at that elevation, 3.5 feet higher than the existing ground with the house sits on, as Laura very well pointed out on that photo with that retaining wall in the back. That's going to be the top of that retaining wall is going to be our backyard, and that's why the living area is up higher in the front. The story poles are dead on the money. One of them is 5 inches lower and the other one is half-inch higher, but the surveyor that certified the story pole is certified to be substantially compliant. So, I mean, we can go and add 5 inches to one story pole. I don't know if it's anybody's going to notice. As far as the excavation calculation, so I did a quick excavation calculation. I think that not only we're not exporting fill, we may have to import fill in order to build that backfill. Not only we're excavating, we're not exporting, we may end up having to import fill in order to build that approach to the back of the house. It's going to take approximately 130 yards of dirt that it will require in order to build that ramp all the way to the back, so we can be level on the backyard. And we're only getting 60 yards out of the excavation for the basement. So definitely all the basement excavation and all the footings excavation is going to go toward that ramp that's going to take us all the way to the back of the house. And we may even need to bring a few yards of fill into the thing. So I think whoever did the calculation really did not think about it too much. It was our civil engineer before Art Smith took over, and it kind of fell through the calculation went through the cracks. So when Linda showed me that the application showed 107 yards of excavation, I couldn't believe it, because I knew that we may actually have to bring in fill, not export fill. That's now, as far as the height of the retaining wall, I don't know. The height of the retaining wall is going to be the height that's shown on. It's basically an existing retaining wall that we're refurbishing. It's a retaining wall that's made of stones, rocks that were piled on top of each other with some mortar. We're going to tear it down and do a concrete retaining wall in its place, same elevation. So that's my understanding. I don't think the retaining wall was designed to be any higher than what's there now. So, and it's going to show barely. In the worst case scenario, it's going to show after we backfill for the ramp, it's going to be barely 3 feet above ground, maybe 4 feet above ground. So there you have it. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. Okay, now, as far as the height mitigation, what we can do, although we are within the height limit, we can convert the hip roof into a mansard roof. We can take a foot off the roof. We kind of looked at it. We can take and flatten the top of the roof. We can lower it by 1 foot, but I don't think it's reasonable for the commission or anybody to demand us to reduce the height limit in our living area. It's 9 feet. It's reasonable. I don't think it's not outrageous. Minimum is 8 feet. We definitely cannot reduce it on a second level because it's already 8 feet. And the height of the basement has no relevance to the height of the building. The basement can be 10 feet tall. It's not going to affect the height of the building 1 iota, and it's only designed to be 8 feet in order to get enough dirt so we can push off to the side to build the ramp without having to import dirt. That's the import dirt. That's all. So the off-hole calculations are wrong on the plans. I can talk to my engineer and we can fix it, make it pretty accurate. And I don't know what else we can do, but I think it's a pretty modest house. We took the neighbors' feeling into consideration. What we knew could be a potential bad feelings from the neighbor of the house being so large, and we pushed it back. We pushed it back more than half of the width of the lot, believe it or not. We're really wasting a lot of yard space just to accommodate the curb appeal to the neighbors, basically. We didn't have to do that. We could have kept it to the 6 foot front setback. It'll still have to be 3.5 feet above ground, so we can meet the backyard in the back. And nothing would have changed, except it would have looked a lot more massive if it was pushed to the front of the lot. So Drainage problem. Melinda just wrote me a note here. Let's see. Yeah, somebody mentioned something about drainage problem for the neighbor. I don't think drainage really is an issue here at all. I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. If there's any problem with the drainage. So will not be. If I live in that house, it will not be drainage problem. I'm a public works contractor. All I do all day long is I build sidewalk and streets and parks, and drainage is my forte. I live drainage. My life is all about drainage. So yes, there will not be a drainage problem in this house. Now, as far as the foundation, the foundation, what happened, I believe that so there were two options: to do either drill piers, which will probably end up having to be very deep because they did not encounter any bedrock on the front test boring that they did. So when I ran my calculations, I figured that we'll probably pull a lot more dirt out of piers than we would if we went for a mat foundation, and we chose to go with a mat foundation. Because as a drill pier, first of all, is a big unknown. We don't know until we drill. And then once we drill, then we can determine what it's going to require as far as steel, and it's going to hold everything up. With a mat foundation, you know that what you're going into right from the start. And so I decided, let's just go with a mat foundation. It's as far as excavation, I think it's a wash, or maybe even in favor of the mat foundation overall. Since we don't know how deep the piers are going to be and how far apart they're going to have to be spaced, we don't know. And each pier, if it's 24-inch diameter, it's gonna pull up a lot of dirt. And there's really I think it's better all around to have a mat foundation. And I think we can be pretty balanced on the cut and fill, but I think that we may actually have to bring in dirt, not awful dirt, and therefore I think the soil excavation permit should be, if we can prove that that's the case, should be withdrawn. We do not need an excavation permit. My understanding from Linda, correct me if I'm wrong, we need an excavation permit if we offhole more than 100 yards. Is that right, Linda? Linda fell asleep.
No, I'm awake. I'm just turning myself on here. No, it's if the total excavation when added to the fill is 100 cubic yards or more, you need an excavation permit.
100 cubic yard of offhole.
No, that's not the way the code reads. It's if your excavation and fill amounts are 100 cubic yards or more. It's not the amount of offhaul.
Okay, so if we excavate and we fill on the lot, and
it's not a wash. You add the amount of material you're excavating, and you add it to the amount of material that you're using for fill. You add those two together.
There's excavation to the fill, even though it's the same.
It's the amount of material you're moving.
You're moving the same material. If I'm moving the same material,
you're excavating it from one location on the site, and you're filling it into another location.
But it's the same material.
Well, the code reads that way.
I'd like to look at that. Maybe there's a lawyer here, Mimi. Maybe you're the lawyer. Maybe you can look at the code and interpret it, because I think this whole excavation thing is.
Okay. So
anyway, okay, there we go. So I beg you guys to approve the application tonight, and I don't see a need to continue it. We can commit to turning the roof into a mansard roof and lose a foot of height. We can do that when we submit the structural drawing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Friedman. And if you could just hang on there, and Laura as well, and we'll see if any. First. Principal Planner Neil, please let us know what you're wanting to add.
So I just want to add my thoughts that if you look at their existing site plan, they don't show that the area behind that wall is elevated, but if they really are going to need to bring in fill, they could level that little area and drop the garage down and drop the house down to the level of the larger front area. And that would bring the height of the house down.
No, that's not true.
Well,
In order for us to bring the height of the house down, we have to excavate more out of the backyard. We have to lower the backyard.
but you just said you had to bring, might have to bring in fill.
To the side of the house to build up to the backyard. So
Yeah, but if you drop the backyard, you wouldn't need to.
Why would I drop the backyard?
Well, that's your whole argument for why you need to bring the floor up so high.
Yeah, I don't want to drop the backyard. It's going to make the retaining wall in the back higher. There's no reason.
I believe there are ways to lower the height of the house. I'll leave it at that.
Not my house, Linda. My house, I want my house to be the way I want my house to be. And I like the fact that the backyard is elevated and I want to be able to access it with a wheelchair if I had to. And that's the reason for bringing all that fill. I do not want to excavate the backyard. No. Then we were talking about off-hauling 500 yards of dirt. That's insane. And building a 10-foot retaining wall in the back. How does that make sense?
Okay.
How does that make within the height limit? Why would I bring the house down? If
All right. So, Kobe, let's let the commissioners ask any questions we have, because I think they may have some questions.
Do any of the commissioners have questions for the applicant? Commissioner Jansen?
I have a very simple question. The civil plans indicate that the retaining wall is going to be wood with soldier piles, and you're mentioning concrete.
Is that what? So he's mistaken. It's going to be concrete.
Okay.
I think that's how it's drawn on Laura's plan, right, Laura? It's drawn in concrete. Right, Laura?
I'm checking right now. I think it looks like they did note it as I-beam with wood lagging, but it could be, I mean, that would be the minimum. They probably thought that was the minimum that you should do.
Yeah.
I would think doing concrete would just make it
much stronger.
That's an improvement.
Yeah, I would love to. I definitely would like it to be concrete. Absolutely. I don't
so,
need more.
The follow-up on that, I understand you have it in the back to keep the hill down, but it does not wrap along the side of your lot.
You're absolutely right, Robert, and we have to do that. We have to wrap it around the side of the lot to accommodate all the field that we're going to be putting there.
Yeah,
very good, very good.
Particularly where the neighboring structures are. Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely, and this is a missing element from the drawing, which we can add on the next go around. Hopefully, when we go to structural, hopefully will not be another hearing that all the answers are answered here and to your satisfaction.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Green, and then Commissioner Gonzalez-Barber.
Well, I've heard all this discussion about the Matt Foundation. I looked it up on the internet. It looks like what we used to call a slab foundation.
Right.
I believe is this. So I'm just asking, is that correct? Is this basically a rebarred concrete slab foundation?
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is.
But, I'd like to. You would call it an engineered slab. It's more than just your standard garage like slab on grade foundation.
It's a lot thicker. It's a 12 inch versus 6 inch.
Yeah,
the right slab, for instance, and it's a double metal rebar. Yeah, it's an extensive slab.
And I think Kobe tried to explain, and we did. I don't know if you in the soils report, the first two borings, they went down. I think it was like 18 feet or something like that, and they did not encounter bedrock. So that was, and if you drill piers, you have to go down really, really deeply. They can cave in, you can hit groundwater. So it's just not a workable foundation system. So that's why this mat slab is, and they use it a lot where you have areas where you have poor soils, or if you're in an area that has like maybe marshy areas or something like that. So that's why that was, we think that might be the more appropriate choice at this particular lot because of the unknown depth of the bedrock in two of the locations from the soils report. And our geotechnical, Craig Herzog is known, he's a well-known geotech in Marin County. So, and he worked out this solution with the town engineering firm, and the town engineering firms determined that then he's satisfied with the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber and then Commissioner Kelly.
Okay, I just want to clarify or to confirm what everybody is saying, because I'm looking at the build sections and I see a raised foundation there. Are you, just to confirm, we're talking about a mat slab for the house and the garage, or just the garage?
It's both.
Or both?
Okay, yeah. So there's going to be a mat slab foundation, but there's still going to be a raised floor, typical raised floor with a crawl space in the areas that aren't the basement area. So there's going to be cripple walls, underneath the floor framing. So, and it's typical, but instead of the a spread footing or whatever, it's like an engineered slab underneath the whole house.
Okay. Are you running your utilities underneath the floor?
Kobe can answer.
The house.
Utilities underneath, yeah, that will be a perfect spot to run utilities under the floor. Yeah, if we have 3 feet, we're going to have about 2.5 feet net of space in the front of the house to run utilities under there. Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. I have another question, but just to follow up Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber's question there, I think on sheet A4 you are showing spread footings, just for the record.
Yeah,
that's why I was asking the question.
Yes,
right.
And those were preliminary drawings. You probably know that a lot of times when you're doing these drawings, we don't know what the foundation system is going to be. So we show kind of like a generic type of foundation system until we get into those kind of more technical aspects. When we start the construction drawings and that kind of thing. So it's just kind of a generic representation of a a foundation on the section drawings.
Okay. My question, actually, I just wanted to clarify also, the very first photo you showed of the existing site had the shorter stone wall, and then the taller wall that we've established is going to be now out of either concrete or I-beams, but the shorter wall is also going to be demolished, right?
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be demolished, and it's going to be right up against the footings of the right up against the footing of the house on the first floor. Right under, it's going to be.
So that whole.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Kobe. Go ahead.
No, okay. So 2 retaining walls. There's one. The one in the front and one in the back. The one in the back, we're going to have to, both of them are made of the same stone and mortar, right? They're both going to be demolished. Right. However, we're going to maintain the grade between the 2 walls, between the front wall and the back wall. The grade is going to remain the same. I believe it's it's elevation 118. Our floor elevation is 118.5. We're 6 inches above grade in the back. So all we have to do is take 1 step to the backyard from the living area. So that wall in the back there, it's only in the front. That wall in the back is about 2 foot 3 inches tall. But when you take that elevation to the front, it's another foot high. The ground in the front is another foot lower than, if you understand, it slopes up a little bit. It loses about a foot per 70 feet, roughly. So that's the.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify because it sounded like we were keeping that backyard sort of as a flat condition, but it's sounding more like it'll be reconfigured quite a bit.
It'll be
right.
Yeah, the backyard is going to butt right up against the house. Basically, the backyard is going to butt right to the house. It's the elevation of that stone wall, where the stone wall is.
All right, thank you.
Sure thing.
Okay, I also have a couple questions. So, Laura, if you have the ability to share your slide presentation still, I would.
Yeah, staff has that. You'll have to ask them which page they want.
Well, I'm interested in having you walk us through the ADA accessibility, I guess, from the rear of the home.
Okay, so maybe go to the floor plan page.
Okay, you probably want to
the next one. Yeah. So anyway, you could see so the garage, the back kind of patio area is at 18 feet. The house is at 18.5 and the garage is at 18. So the access from the garage would then if you wanted the level landing area would be then through the rear door. That's all going to be
one level.
That's all kind of a level area between the garage and the back door of the house. So and that big patio and the kind of the patio area. It's all It's all designed to be at like 18 feet, 118, which is the natural grade of that area.
So yeah, I'm asking, there is ADA accessibility basically from the back door to the garage, to the driveway, to the front street.
Yes, because it's a 5% slope. Anything 8% and less is considered is what you design for with ADA. If anything greater than 5%, that's when you have to put the handrails on that you see in front of commercial buildings. So 5% is considered kind of like we call in my office we call it a sloped walkway. I mean, it's a little, it's a little steeper than a sidewalk, but it's still shallow enough that you don't need to have any like handrails in order to, be able to use the ramp.
Okay, and then you said 118 and 118.5. You said the back door was at 118.5. So I'm just trying to understand that differential will be gradual between the 118.5 at the back door and the 118 at the garage. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I mean, yes, it could be. Yes, you could make that. Yes.
Yeah. So
if that's Kobe's intent, that's an easy thing to make that so that it could be that back door could be level to be
we can always ramp it if we need to. If we're wheelchair bound, we can ramp out of the back door to 6 inches. All we have to do is ramp out 6 feet, and we have an ADA ramp. So it's only 6 inches. It's no big deal. We can walk 6 inches. We're going up and down 47 steps every day, many times right now, and hopefully we'll be able to do it many years to come. But this wake up call that I had a couple of years ago was very scary, and I knew that it's only a matter of time when I can get stuck in the house and not be able to go anywhere. So that's the whole reason for the thinking of around this house, really, because it was a shock to my psyche.
Well, and I have a very close friend in a wheelchair, and when I had some work done on my house, I asked the contractor to make the steps in the front at a grade that would allow me to ramp it. And, it didn't quite work out. So I'm very sensitive to the idea that you would plan for ADA accessibility, but then leave that like 5-inch differential there. I just don't think it's, you know, I prefer to
No,
see
that's
it.
very mitigatable, Mimi. It's very easy to mitigate. It's just a
Well,
little.
no,
bit.
I understand, but I have concerns about not planning for it when that's the purported basis for this design, you know?
Maybe it is planned for. Right now, I can definitely step down the 6 inches, but I can very easily put a ramp there and not have to step down at all. And the reason for the 6 inches is to keep the drainage from, in case the backyard floods, is to keep it from coming into the house. You need that lip there for protection, you know. If there's a big storm and the ground is not is too saturated to absorb all the water, then at least have 6 inches of protection. It's not going to flood the house, even though it's going to have a massive drainage system right against that wall. But at this stage of my life, 6 inches is not the end of the world. It can easily be mitigated in case I have to hop on a wheelchair. So that's it. Yeah. No, I thought about all this. Yeah.
All right. If staff could stop sharing, that'd be great. And are there any other questions for the applicant or the architect? All right, if you two could hold on, I'm gonna see if we have members of the public who would like to speak on this application. If you would like to, please raise your hand. I see that Heather and Rick have raised their hands, so we'll start with them. Tamala, thank you. I think you can speak now.
Okay, great. Can you hear me? Right. My name is Heather Ford, and I live with my husband and 2 children at 75 Wood Lane, the property next door to the east from the proposed building at 79. While we're open to the new construction of a home at the property next door, we are very strongly opposed to the current proposal. There are many issues for the neighborhood, including environmental and safety concerns. However, I will speak to the direct impacts this building design will have on our property specifically. With the proposed box-like 2-story building that sits elevated on top of a partially above-grade basement, we stand to have a massive 22-foot tall and 47-foot long wall looming over our property. This is an over 1,000 square foot wall sitting just 5 feet from the property line. This is not an optical illusion, as Mr. Friedman referred to. Our house sits 22 feet from the property line, and while that provides for some space between the houses, the massive size of this wall will loom very large over our living space and will have a significant impact on our property and on our lives. For one, all 3 of our bedrooms are on the side of the house that faces this proposed wall, as this is evidenced by the photos that I submitted, which are viewable in Part C of the agenda report. This wall is all that we will see from our bedrooms. Instead of seeing the valley and the trees, we will see almost nothing but this very large and imposing wall. Secondly, this wall will have a very large impact on our privacy. This wall has many windows, which will look directly into all 3 of our bedrooms, as well as into our new cottage and our swimming pool. As our house is nestled at the back of our property and already struggles for natural indoor lighting, to have to keep all of the bedroom curtains shut for privacy will render our house even darker and without the view of the outdoors. This is not the house that we purchased, and these features will make our house less desirable and reduce its resale value. Thirdly, the house, which sits at 27 to 28 feet, just below the maximum allowable height, will completely block the very minimal sun we experience here in the winter. As everyone in this neighborhood is familiar, the Wood Lane Valley is dark and shaded for several months in the winter, especially on the south side, our side of the street. As evidenced in the shade studies, this large and very tall house will significantly block sun into our property in the winter. Our house is very dark and cold in the winter, and we get very little sun except for a bit in the afternoon. If you refer to the shade study figure for December at 3 o'clock, the proposed house would completely shade all 3 of our bedrooms, as well as the front porch and the living room, effectively blocking all of the small amount of direct sun that we usually get at this time of year. This will impact the quality of life for us in the winter, as well as impact our need for heating. And this brings me to our solar panels. We recently invested in solar panels and installed them on the cottage at the front of the property. This was an option we didn't have in the past as we have too much natural shade on our main house. Now, if you look at the shade study figure for December at 12 noon, you can see how the proposed building would completely shade the solar panels in the winter. There will be a nearly complete loss of power generation in the winter due to this shading. So with the loss of the direct sun to the house in the winter, our heating costs will go up. And with the shading of our solar panels, our power generation will go down. This is an unfair and unreasonable impact on us as a family. The proposed house has the look and feel of a design that cunningly maximizes square footage at all costs while staying just within the legally allowed parameters. Mr. Friedman stated that he took the neighbors into consideration with the design of the house by moving it back a few feet. These are just words to sell the case. Mr. Friedman never once spoke to us, never introduced himself, and never discussed with us the design of this house. Just a moment ago, he asked, why would I bring the height down of the house, not my house? He's clearly showing that he's only concerned with getting what he wants and not at all concerned about the negative impact on the neighbors. This is in sharp contrast to previous owners, Caitlin and Patrick, who went out of their way to work with us. They openly acknowledged the impact that their build would have on our property and worked to design a house that would fit into the neighborhood. Sadly, they had to sell. Even if this newly proposed design checks most of the legal boxes, if we consider the financial and human impacts on our family, it is just unfair, unneighborly, and wrong. Not to mention that this is a very bad start to neighborly relations in what he professes to be his forever home. Reducing the height of this massive structure by 1 to 2 feet will not be enough to significantly reduce the harm it will have on our property value and on our experience of living here. Again, we are not against construction of a new home at 79 Wood Lane, but we are very strongly opposed to this design and feel that it causes an unfair loss of value and quality of life for us. Please reconsider a new design that fits in the space and in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. I see also Renu has her hand up. And Renu, I believe you can speak now.
Yes, hello. Am I coming through?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Renu Malhotra, and I have lived in Fairfax for 28 years, and I've lived in this home, 85 Wood Lane, for 20 years. And when I first moved in, the original family member, Ed Leveroni, still lived there. And we used to talk through my kitchen window, which is parallel to his front door. And yes, it was kind of a fairy tale sort of start for the first 10 years. And it was a very pleasant neighborhood, which it still is. And but there have been challenges with Wood Lane, living on Wood Lane. And one of those is the light that Heather just mentioned, and the other is the water. Something that is severely missing from the reports, both from the very, I know that the geotechnical report author is very highly regarded, very skilled, very intelligent, very experienced, but no one is discussing the level of the water table in this valley. I have had at least 6 years of very wet winters where my crawl space under the house has standing water in it. My garage floods. So on a regular basis, when we have waterlogged soil on the hillside, and then we have a deluge of rain, everyone talks about the surface water and mitigation and sending it out to the street, building a swale to slow things down. But no one talks about the rising level of the water table. It's like the elephant in the room. My huge concern, and why I'm requesting a continuance for talking to a hydrologist, is that the work that will be done right next door to me, and these properties are from the 40s that I live in and grandfathered in, and they're 3 feet from the fence line. I'm very concerned that the work that will be done will create more water on my side because it will reduce the ability of the water table to dissipate. So it's going to slow that down on my side and potentially raise it. But I would like to discuss that with a hydrologist. There is too much to lose, and there is, these are small lots in this valley where we have this creek that, by the way, does not only flood when there's debris in the culverts, it can flood when there's just massive amounts of rain coming down into the valley, into the watershed, coming out through the creek, and we will have the road overflowing even without debris blocking the drains. So it's a very wet street. And when you couple that with the runoff from the hillside, there's a whole nother topic which Rick Ford will bring up, and that is to do with the way the plans are being set up for the hillside, like the end of the retaining wall or the end of their proposed swale. How does that stop at my property? There have already been a couple of hillslides that have happened in the distant past that border our two properties. The land doesn't know where the property line begins and ends. And there's also a remark that I want to bring up in the geotechnical report that says that all hillside work has the potential to be destabilizing, and that someone should have insurance for that. So I want to raise that question and also ask, well, if there was to be landslide triggered, if not right now, then when the rains come from the work that has been done, if something has been destabilized, does that also protect me?
Thank you very much. Let me look and see if we have any other.
Chair Newton, sorry. Before we move on, I do believe Renu sent a photo. Did she want me to show that?
Oh, yeah. So I had photos that were included both in my letter, which showed the view from the ADU. And then I also sent this letter, which I had not been able to do before since I was away. And this is my kitchen window that a long time ago, you talked to Ed Leveroni through. And you can see this is the house continues both on both sides of those story poles that you see. So that whole window, there's no more sky now, no more trees. It'll all be my new neighbor's house.
Thank you.
And the light, I can't tell you, 5 months in the year, the light is limited on this side of the street. And to have that be blocked in that way is, it doesn't affect me to the same extent. I don't have solar panels, but the sky light is going to be severely reduced. If not the sunlight, the sky light. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going back to look at the folks in the audience, and I see Frank Egger's hand is raised, and then Rick Ford. Start with Frank Egger.
Thank you. Frank Egger here, 13 Meadowway, Fairfax. Regarding the flooding issues, I have seen the creek on Wood Lane overflow just below the stables and run curb to curb down Wood Lane and overflow onto home sites on Wood Lane and Porteous. Your staff report has delineated the issues quite well. And with the corrected town codes pointed out, it also it makes this issue more prevalent to address. if there's going to be an ADU there, two conditions are needed. And actually, it's not an ADU, it's a JADU. An ADU is a standalone structure. This is going to be a structure within the structure. So it's a JADU, junior accessory dwelling unit. So these at least two conditions. One, that it not be used as a short-term rental. And number two, require it to be a rent control unit to guarantee it is an affordable unit. There is a reason we adopted a combined side yard setback requirement. If the slope is, as staff report says, 42% on the back portion for sure, the combined side yards must be 20 feet, 5 feet on one side, 15 feet on the other side. The purpose of that was to protect Fairfax's small town character. If we allow developments to be pushed out right up against the side yard setbacks, it's going to look like a wall of structures along Wood Lane, and that's the reason we adopted these codes back in 1973. The height and bulk of this speculative project is setting the stage for the transformation of Wood Lane. I read in the report the county meets the project meets the new county standards for new green construction. I don't see the evacuation plan for Wood Lane, and Fairfax has its own codes. We don't necessarily go by the county codes. Fairfax is promoting solar on new development, and as proposed, this project will adversely impact solar options for the neighbor to the east. The purpose of Fairfax's variance and use permit ordinances adopted in 1973 was not to max out development, building sites by overriding town codes. The purpose is to protect what we call Fairfax's village atmosphere or small town character. Thank you very much. I support the staff's recommendation for continuance.
Thank you, Ms. Drager. Going back out and looking, Mr. Ford, you should be able to speak now.
I'm here. Do you hear me? Yeah. Hi, I'm Rick Ford. I'm the husband of Heather, who spoke earlier, and the neighbor of Renew. And just a little background on me. I've lived here for well over 20 years. We lived on Porteous when the landslide at 39 occurred. And just a little background, I'm a geologist. I'm a consulting geologist. I've worked for Craig Herzog, who was actually doing the borings when Caitlin and Patrick hired him to do the geotechnical report next door. I was off doing the same thing at another place in Napa. So I understand the geology. I pretty well understand the hydrology, although I'm not a hydrogeologist. The things that Renew speaks of about the groundwater are true. Our basement, crawl space floods in those every 2-year heavy rains, as does Renew's, and she's borrowed my sumps to sump out her area around her garage. And I believe a basement and perhaps the mat foundation, which requires some excavation and then all the imported fill, would create a dam. Plus, they are planning on putting a 2-foot wall, I think, along Renew's. That's the western property line between, she's 85 and 79, putting a retaining wall there. And I think that they would suggest putting a drain behind it, but the drain will not carry the water out fast enough when the water table rises to grade during heavy storms. I think that the plan to deal with the runoff from the swale, it's a swale that the apex is pretty close to the property line between 85 and 79. And there has been a history of landslides similar to the one down, not as large, down at 39. I was surprised to go back a little bit, when Caitlin, 12 years ago, I think it was, or 10 years ago, when Caitlin and Patrick bought the property and did the geotechnical report, we spoke of collaborating on dealing with this swale and the potential of slope stability issues. And that would wrap all the way from my property at 75 across 79 and over to Renew's property at 85. If you look at the mitigation proposal that Mr. Friedman has put there, all of the swale, the drainage berm, and the retaining walls all end at the property line, which are within a much larger scale catchment basin, for better terms. So I was surprised and have never met Mr. Friedman. I've spoke briefly to his tenant that lives on the property, and it's interesting to see the photograph of what the property looked like maybe 7-8 years ago that they showed. But if you looked at it now, you would see that it looks quite different regarding perhaps fire hazard. The broom has grown, and it hasn't been well taken care of. And I'm surprised that a neighbor who wants to move in next door to me and be my neighbor for the next 20 years would show that little disrespect for me and the neighbors around me. I can talk more about the geology and where these slides occur because I think it's kind of my specialty, but I don't think that's that important. I think that to us, it's all about the light that my wife suggested. And I think she sent a few photos out our bedroom window, my daughter's bedroom window, my son's bedroom window, that show that if you look out those windows to the west of the setting sun, that the upper level of the 22-foot high, 27-foot high roof line will completely obscure all views to the west and all the sunlight. And to us, that is everything. I've lived in the neighborhood for 17 years, and I don't know if you have all the petitions and all the letters from people up and down the street sitting in front of you, but I've had people call me immediately. Jackie Phelan, who lives up the street, called me immediately and told me how badly she felt when she saw the storyboards go up. Just a little interest, but I think that's all I have to say. If anybody has any questions for me, I'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go look at the attendee list. I see Renew's hand is up again, but I'm not interested in having repeat comments. You've already had, I think, about 5 minutes to talk. But if there's somebody else in your household that's listed, you can keep your hand up and we'll let that person talk. But Renew, if this is you again, if you could lower your hand, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. I don't see any other member of the public with their hand raised. Mr. Friedman, I see your hand there, and if you could just hold on a moment. I'm not going to close the public hearing yet. And Ms. Fish, if you could allow Mr. Friedman to unmute, you can go ahead and say what you want to say, and then we'll see if there are any further questions for you from the commissioners.
Yeah, so I just wanted to address Rick and Heather and also Renew. So the reason we positioned the house 5 feet away from Rick and Heather's property and 15 feet away, it's only a 50-foot wide lot. Just please remember all that. I think that Rick and Heather's property is a lot wider than that. Rick, you correct me, I think your lot is 75 feet wide or 100 feet wide, who knows? Renew, your property sits right on the property line. I don't think there's 6 inches between your windows that you showed in your picture and your property line. You're right there on the property line. There's no setback. But in order to accommodate both of you, we pushed the house to the left because we're 22 feet away. Rick, you did not have the ADU when we planned this house. You just built the ADU, I think, 2 months ago. It was a surprise to us. So you built an ADU 4 feet from your property line, but your main house is 22 feet away from the property line. We would much rather be dead center on the lot, but then we'll be too close to renew. And I figured it could be a concern for us. So we knew that we're going to be, we kind of split the baby. We're far enough away from you, Rick, and now we're as far away as possible from you, Renew. And we really, we're not bad people. We just want to be good neighbors.
I'm going to interrupt you for a moment.
Okay.
Could you please direct your comments to the commission as opposed to members of the public? I would really appreciate it. We're not going to let these other members of the public respond to you, so I don't think it's fair for you to call them out by name and do all that. I would much prefer if you make your comments directly to the commissioners. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I've said what I had to say. I mean, the comment, I did not want to be passive aggressive in any way and pretend I talk to somebody that I'm not talking to. I want to talk to the people that have levels, that have arguments about my motives and about my design and all that. I want to address them personally. I'm going to be their neighbor, hopefully for the next many, many years. I'd like to make good neighbors, but you know, I'm sorry that the lot is so narrow and so confined, but you heard my story, and hopefully we can live in peace. I don't know what else to tell you.
Okay, Mr. Friedman, while you hold on, I think that Laura is still in this panel as well. So I'm going to ask if any of the commissioners have any further questions for the applicant or the architect. All right, so now I'm going to close the public hearing, Mr. Friedman, and you'll be able to listen to our comments. Thank you very much. And if we can put Laura Curline back as the audience, that'd be great. Okay, so we've closed the public hearing, and I'm bringing it back to the commissioners for any thoughts and comments. Commissioner Jansen.
It's on. Yeah, it's a small lot with a relatively large building on it. That has an impact on the neighbors. And conversely, the owner probably wants to utilize the lot that he has. But I do see a problem with the water and soil condition. It has an impact, and as I understand, the neighbors did not have a lot of time to consider this. So I think that's probably the most important thing that could impact the neighboring properties. So based on that, I believe that the staff is correct in asking for continuance. That would be my observation here. It's a complicated situation. And I think it was mentioned before that it wants to fit completely within all the governing regulations, but so it does ask for a variance. So I think we need to look very carefully at that a little longer. That would be my response to this.
Thank you very much. Oh gosh, I don't see who went up first here. I'll start with Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber, and then Commissioner Swift, and then Commissioner Green.
Okay. You know, I appreciate that Mr. Friedman wants to develop his property. I appreciate that it's a very constrained site, but he is developing in a community. And not only, you know, is it, I guess, our responsibility to try to balance that with the environment, with Mother Nature, and with respect toward our neighbors, because this is, after all, a community. You know, I don't think people live in neighborhoods to live isolated. I think we have to, you know, live with our neighbors and try to work them and try to respect them, just like we would want them to respect us. So I don't know, maybe there's something that can turn here, change. But in terms of the actual development, I do agree with staff. I think this is a box with a roof with an attic and crawl space for utilities. I think it's too tall. I don't think the stairs need to be, I don't think the building needs to be raised 3.5 feet. If the objective is to provide access from the garage or to the patio, I think the better solution is to drop the garage, just like Linda suggested. You're already building a retaining wall. I think, adding more feet to the retaining wall is actually better than building up and not regarding how that affects the neighbors and the hydrology, because we cannot design in a vacuum. We have to design with consideration for the surroundings and our neighbors. So I think if there's a way to break up the box, bring in some articulation or do the ADU on the ground level, make it a standalone. I think you have room for that on the site. It's just the massing. I think it is creating these very tall walls that are just changing the views and everything. The neighbors' impacts is just very drastic. Again, I think dropping the finished floor level, there are opportunities there. I mean, just looking at this, I can see this dropping 3 to 4 feet, which is something that I would like to see happen. And you already have to pull an excavation permit. Maybe drop the back and make your retaining wall a little bit higher. But I think creating more height by backfilling is a mistake. So right now, the way the project is, I could not support it. I think I do think there are, I'm looking at the floor plan. I think it's a great floor plan. I really appreciate that there is an ADU going there. But I think that we have to look at this in terms of how it's affecting the community and the surrounding lots, not just for aesthetics, but for safety. So right now I wouldn't be able to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Swift, and then Commissioner Green.
I concur. I couldn't support this project either. I wouldn't be able to find the findings for the hillside residential development permit. I'm concerned when I look at the shade studies and how much that this 2-story building impacts the neighbors with shades, not to mention, the solar panels. I don't know, what can be done with a 2-story building. There's been some suggestions made to try and get this lowered or have the design changed. But this Wood Lane is pretty much a cohesive, great neighborhood, as you can see from the letters from the community members on the road. Nobody is against improving parcels or adding homes, but this design as it is just does not fit in this neighborhood as far as its impact on the surrounding homes. And so I think it does need to be continued for the reasons the other commissioners have mentioned, in addition to mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Green.
Well, a couple of things. Yes, the property may meet technical requirements according to code, but there is a variance request that staff is unable to make the required findings for. And there's section 17080.110 that gives us the parameters for looking at variance approval, and that includes building height, lot coverage, floor area ratio, or building area, buildable area, or any combination of that to protect adjoining property from adverse detrimental effects. And from what I heard of the neighbors, they feel there's some adverse detrimental effects. And actually, I think Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber said something that really rings well, and I'm not an architect, but the idea of articulating a little bit, maybe the idea of not having a total vertical wall for 2 stories, but having it perhaps a little, what you call it, a little jog in magic terms, and maybe to allow more light through, a little roof in there around the 2nd story, something like that. I'm not sure what the design would do, but it wouldn't necessarily have to be major. I also was looking at the drawing of, let's see, where was that? I think it's part, just one second, I have to. Find this. Must be part D. Hold on a second. Oh, I can't find it now, but there's an elevation that shows a side view, and there's all these stairs in the bottom, and it seemed to me that that was kind of a height issue right there, and that maybe can come down a little bit. So there's a lot of places, I think, where this, similar to the way you look at the front, if maybe the side could be built a kind of a similar way. I don't know. It's difficult architecturally, but I hear the neighbors and I see the code, and we have these parameters we have to live within. And we just to remind you a little bit, is we are volunteers, but we have to look into a 20-year future or more and see what the impacts might be, not just right now, not just today, but in the future. So I think that between the issue of for me, the issue between the staff unable to make the findings and our need to approve this variance, and I'd like to see you go back and talk to your geotech and discuss these neighboring properties, maybe get them to meet with Renew, who has the issue with the, and kind of really get together with the neighbors and talk it over, and, go back to your brilliant architect and see if there's a way of ameliorating some of these issues. I mean, you've already actually said you were willing to flatten the roof a little bit. Okay, thank you. That's the type of thing. So there might be little bits and pieces that can be done to the project to give a little more light, and we don't want to shade someone else's solar panels. That's not a good idea either. So those are my thoughts. Thank you. I mean, I would also therefore think a continuance might be a good idea here.
Commissioner Kelly.
Hi, thank you. I would like to comment a little bit more on what I've seen on the documents today. I have heard both sides of the story here in the community, and I think that could end up being the crux of the issue with your property. but I thought I'd look at just the documents that we do have. And I was originally very encouraged by your intention to push the garage all the way to the back. I am fairly familiar with Wood Lane, and the walking experience along Wood Lane is fantastic. And the idea that you'd be giving a little bit of front yard there and relief to the house, I think is good as well. I was disappointed then to see that you filled in some of that yard with parking, and I might understand why that house is back 20 feet or so you can get that extra parking spot. If there was a way to remove that extra parking spot in front of the house so you could get more yard there, that would be great. And I notice your fence also is lower than your neighbors, and I think that's to be encouraged along that walking experience of Wood Lane also. I'm also familiar with a house that's maybe 6 doors, I believe, to your northeast, that also pumps water a lot of the year. I know it's an issue with Wood Lane, and I'm surprised that we didn't hear more about a solution regarding that on your property. I encourage you to maybe revisit and sharpen your pencils a little bit on that sunshade study. I think that it could benefit you, the applicant, as well as the community to gain a little bit more comfort maybe with your plans. If you were more accurate about how high does it hit on that adjacent roof next door? What are some of the existing conditions with fences, et cetera, that are also providing shade? And as we heard some of the commenters say, what is the effect of the hillside and trees per the seasons that you've given us these shade studies for? Because I think that some of those months that you gave us are going to be in total shade because of the hillside behind you. So I think it would illuminate the issue at hand a lot better if you sharpen your pencil a little bit on what those studies are really showing us. That would be great. And just a couple other things on the physical structure that you've drawn here. The colonial red color of the roof also just makes your building not look in context to me. I don't remember seeing anything like that on Wood Lane or maybe even in Fairfax. The red and white contrast really makes this building stand out even more, and it's something that should be considered. And I think finally, I think that I initially had the same thought that Commissioner Gonzalez-Barber had with regard to lowering all the floor heights. To me, even before I heard everybody's story tonight, it seemed that it's a natural solution to help be a better neighbor and maybe not have that much impact on your project to lower all of your floor heights by 3 feet or so. So it's something to be considered. So I also support staff's recommendation.
Thank you. I don't see any other commissioners. Oh, Commissioner Fregoso. Oh, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Unmute. Okay, just hit a button there. Is that better? No? Got it. Thank you. I'm also struggling to get light and power to my phone that died about half an hour ago. Given all the concerns expressed by the neighbors and commissioners, I am also unable to approve this project tonight. I think there are just too many questions. I won't repeat them all. The only thing I don't necessarily agree with is lowering an 8-foot ceiling or a 9-foot ceiling if people are tall. I think there's many other ways to lower the building, lower the roof line, lower the basement. But the neighborhood has many, many concerns that have not been addressed. And there are just so many issues. I basically agree with everything that's been said tonight pretty much. And I'm afraid I can also not support this project and would prefer a continuance to see what can be done to meet with the neighbors and resolve some of the design, critical design elements. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fregoso. And I'll just jump in here, along with everybody else. I think I'm in general agreement. I echo Commissioner Gonzalez-Carver's comments that, this requires some balance between the applicant and the neighbor in terms of trying to achieve something that will, hopefully be a win-win for the neighborhood. We heard from the owner on Bothine about them reaching out rather effectively to neighbors to invite them to meet with them about the plans they had, and arguably, much more modest proposal there. But I think the spirit of engaging with your future neighbors is, really important, because I think already you've got a challenge to win them over to your proposal. And so I think definitely the things I'm focused on include the light issues and the drainage issues and the idea that the scope of the structure, as evidenced by the story poles, is disturbingly massive and could potentially be scaled down in areas. I thought that the staff report was interesting in terms of the findings that staff, was concerned about, that I would really encourage the applicant and team to consider, especially on the findings required to approve the excavation permit and the retaining wall height variance. If I guess I have a question for staff as to whether or not there's a need to get the applicant's permission to continue this based on timelines that we may be subject to. Do you know?
Yes, I think you should.
All right, then in a moment I might ask the applicant to weigh in again, but let me just finish with a couple other thoughts before I do that. I really do encourage the applicant to reach out to the to their neighbors with some alternatives. And then staff, I would also appreciate if you could address, when we hopefully we'll be able to come back and hear this application again, some of the comments that Mr. Egger made about the conditions that we might want to impose on the JADU unit, and if when this comes back to us, you can address our authority to impose any kind of rent control on that unit. I believe there's a general prohibition against short-term rentals in the town. So if you could brief the commission on both those issues that Mr. Egger raised, I would appreciate it. And with that, I will ask Ms. Fish to elevate Mr. Friedman and Laura Caroline again. Maybe we can ask Mr. Friedman if he would agree to allow us to continue this.
Yes, hi, I'm back. What are the options to allow it to continue or to deny it tonight and then I can appeal to the town council? Are these the options?
Linda, could you answer that question for Mr. Friedman?
Well, if she's having trouble getting on, oh, there she is.
Okay, now you're on mute.
Still on mute, Linda.
There you go.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, yes, if the commission has indicated that they can't approve this, can't take action tonight based on the information they have, and some of them are not in favor of the height, they can take action tonight if you don't agree to a continuance, and you'll see what that action is. And then if it's not the action that you want, then you can appeal it to the town council.
I see. And if you continue it, when will it be continued? To what date?
Well, it's continued off calendar, and the continuance.
90 days.
We've asked for 90 days is the maximum we can continue it, and it relies on you getting information back to us, modifications and meeting with the neighbors and trying to address some of the drainage questions.
We would hope that they would be able to return in less than 90 days, but as
Right.
Linda indicated, it really depends on information we're getting from you.
Yeah, the drainage issue we can answer within a week. I don't think there's a big drainage issue that cannot be mitigated.
Well, the neighbor wants to have her own hydrologist look at it too. So
Absolutely, yeah, for sure, yeah, I'm totally for it, and I would love to meet the neighbors face to face, and hopefully Laura can arrange a meeting of the four of us.
Yeah, I think the redesign conversation should take place offline with staff,
Right.
with Linda and you.
Right. No, definitely. Yeah, no. But to be honest with you, I don't know. But from what I've heard from you tonight, I don't know that you guys will ever approve this project. It'll probably end up being going on appeal to the town council. I don't know. So
I see that
I'm really okay. So sorry.
I see your architect has her hand up.
Oh, okay. Let's let her talk, Laura.
I don't know if I'm on or not. Am
You
I?
are.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. I didn't see my little box, so I wasn't sure. So anyway, I mean, I am prepared to, make the revisions as soon as we can. I can fit it in my schedule at work. I mean, Kobe and his counsel, we've kind of discussed what might happen, and I think we've gotten some really good comments from commissioners, and I think that we want to have a chance to take that all into consideration. But I'm prepared to be able to make the corrections that we need with Kobe's support, that we would try to get these corrections in as soon as we can, because I know that Kobe's wants to get going with being able to build his forever home.
Thank you, Laura. Can you can we meet with the two adjoining neighbors at your office? Do you think sometime soon?
Well, I will contact staff so that I can get their contact information, so we can arrange something. Okay.
All right, fair enough.
So
Okay.
as I understand it, it sounds like you are willing to let us take this off calendar for the moment and bring it back to us once some of these corrections have been made and you've had a chance to reach out to some of the neighbors.
But I would want to can I ask a clarification on that?
Sure.
So How soon would, but if we make the revisions and submit them back to the town, then how long does it take them to process then to be able to get back on calendar?
So that is a question. We have to take action on it in 90 days. That's the amount of time that we're allowed to extend it. But September's agenda is already full, to just give you an example. I mean, other applications are coming through and getting completed. So we can't guarantee, oh, you'll be on in October. We have to get it done in 90 days. So it'll be heard within 90 days.
You have to vote up or down in 90 days, is what you're saying.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I see. And when are the 90 days up?
Well, I'd have
November meeting.
When is that? November meeting?
Effectively the November meeting. So we would hope that you would be turning around plans. I mean, based on the conversations and concerns I've heard tonight, I would think that you would have a pretty good idea after conversations with the neighbor where your application is going. So that's really the key piece that you need to address. And that's what staff would be looking for also, is those conversations with neighbors and some, understanding of what's happening with their shade, views, sunlight, things like that.
Yeah, we'd have to take action by October. I mean, by November 19th. So the latest it could be heard would be the November 18th Planning Commission meeting.
November 18th. So what determined that clock? What determined that timeline? What does the 90 days start counting?
State law?
But where does the clock start? It started
today.
Starts tonight, yeah.
This isn't really a conversation we need to have right now. We've got other applications tonight, sir. I would just say, these type of detailed discussions can take place with Linda. What we need from you tonight is a verbal assent followed by a written, it can be an email saying you agree to the 90-day continuance. And as I said, what we would want to see is within that time period, serious discussions with neighbors and addressing the concerns that the Planning Commission have raised. So we would make the decision on when to take it forward based on the progress we saw in regards to those issues.
I agree to continue it for us as soon as we can possibly get it back to you, and hopefully it'll be before the 90 days. We'd like, let's continue.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Thank you, Laura, and we will put you back in the audience mode, and I will entertain. Oh, we don't need to entertain a motion. We're going to
Yeah, you do. You need to make a motion and a second to continue, and then you have to vote on that.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion to continue this.
I'll second it.
No, we need a motion first.
I will make a motion that we continue the 79 Wood Lane application for a new residence, accessory dwelling unit, garage, Hill Area Residential Development, excavation and design review permits in a combined side yard setback applications. Application 2117, in order to provide the owners and their design team the opportunity to address all the concerns expressed by not only staff and Planning Commission, but also community neighbors.
Thank you. And is that a second, Commissioner Green?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So motion, Fragoso, second, Green, and Linda, if you could take roll.
Okay. Fragoso?
Aye.
Gonzalez-Parber?
Aye.
Green?
Aye, and go have a cup of coffee or tea with the neighbors instead of the office meeting. It might work out better. Aye.
Jansen?
Aye.
Kelly?
Aye.
Swift?
Aye.
Chair Newton?
Aye. So the motion passes, and that item will be continued until our next possible reconsideration. And with that, I'm going to take another brief break. And it is 10:32. If we could come back by 10:37, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Great, thank you. If the commissioners can turn their cameras on when they come back, that would be great. And Principal Planner Neil, I think you are up again for the 24 Shadow Creek Court application.
Yep, okay. So this project encompasses the construction of a 148 square foot dining room addition, a new deck, covered trellis on the west side of the first floor of an existing 3,689 square foot single family residence, resulting in a 3,837 square foot residence. The proposal also includes the construction of a 1,080 square foot pool and spa and a 403 square foot shade arbor west of the house and proposed pool, and the construction of an outdoor shower. The project also includes the construction of an accessory dwelling unit, but since the accessory dwelling unit complies with the town's accessory dwelling unit ordinance, that's not being reviewed tonight. There is an attached approximately 53 square foot half bathroom proposed at the southwest corner of the ADU that is only accessible from outside the accessory dwelling unit. And so that is part of the project, because presumably that would be for the use of anyone enjoying the use of the outdoor yard area and pool, and would not exclusively be for the use of the accessory dwelling unit. What the project is located in the planned development district, and what the planned development district says is if there's no setbacks set up for the planned development, you use the setbacks for the residential district that's closest in nature to the sites, and these are large sites. And so the closest single family zoning district that we have is the RS 7.5 zone. So those are the setbacks we've called out, or for the RS 7.5 zone. And the proposal will far exceed any of the required setbacks except for the outdoor shower. And after discussions with the owner and the architect, they have agreed to relocate the shower so that it meets the 15-foot rear setback, minimum rear setback. So that they have not applied for a setback variance because they're going to revise the project to comply. The project requires the review and approval of a design review permit because all new construction in a planned development district require the approval of a design review permit. The exterior materials and colors of the addition are going to match the existing house. So I'm not going to go into detail about what the existing house looks like. It's going to match it. It's in the staff report. The lighting and landscaping plan, they propose numerous downlighting pathway lights because it's such a large site. They do need lighting to maneuver around the pool and the other outdoor areas that they will presumably be using at night. They're using dark sky compliant and LED lights, except for hanging lights that they're proposing underneath the arbor. And so we've included a condition that they re-examine those lights and make sure that whatever they use in those locations, there's a hanging light over the gate between the parking for the ADU and the yard next to the ADU. And then there's, I think, 3 lights under the arbor that are like globe lights. So we think they should re-examine that and maybe replace them with some dark sky lights that keep the lighting to the area it's supposed to light. We've included that as a condition. The project also requires an excavation permit because the previous owner illegally brought in a lot of fill to create a BMX racetrack for his son where the ADU is going to go. And so part of the project includes abating that illegal excavation, the illegal fill that's been brought in. And then they're excavating 110 cubic yards for the pool and 55 cubic yards to create a parking space for the ADU. They aren't required to provide a parking space for the ADU because it's within a half a mile of a bus stop. But I kind of think it's a good idea because most of our ADUs that are within a half a mile of a bus stop, people are availing themselves of the fact that they don't have to require parking. And so this is like one of the only ADUs we've gotten within a reasonable distance of a bus stop that might also have parking for someone that might not be able to walk to the bus stop. you know. We contacted Marine Municipal Water District because we were concerned about the pool going in during the drought. And I've attached their comments. They have no prohibitions on the construction of new pools right now. And they currently don't have any restrictions on filling the pools either. But what she did say to me on the phone was that they really need to check in, you know, frequently, because that could change. But right now, as of tonight's meeting, they don't have any restrictions on that. They're also requesting an exception to the 3,500 square foot maximum house size limit. And the code does give you guys the ability to grant exceptions to that, to eliminate inequalities in square footages in neighborhoods, and also on properties that are over an acre in size. So this property actually fits into both those categories. There's another house in the Shadow Creek Court subdivision that's larger than this one, and the addition wouldn't even get it up into the same square footage of that house. And it also is over an acre in size. The reason for the addition, the house was designed with the living room and the dining room facing the front yard. And it's not really an optimum way for them to experience their yard. So this new family room, well, new kitchen, dining room, and living room will face the side and rear yards, which are extensive on this property. And it will give them more well-lit areas for the family to use on a day-to-day basis, but they're keeping the existing living room and dining room for their more formal family events. So I already discussed the setback for the shower, but the other interesting thing, which I wasn't aware of, is the sanitary district does not want rainwater to get into the sewer. And so they put a requirement on that the shower has to have a roof. So we've included that as a condition. We're recommending that you approve the project by adopting the resolution, which sets forth the findings and the conditions for the project approval. And that would conclude our report.
Thank you very much. And are there any questions for staff from the commission? Commissioner Swift and then Commissioner Jansen.
Just clarification, because the staff report mentions both residential zone 6 and 7.5. So it is
yes, it's
7.5.
It is 7.5. And you reminded me of that. And I wrote that on my staff report and forgot to correct it verbally. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Can you say that again?
I cited the RS6 zone again in one part on this page 2, and then talked about RS 7.5 later in the report. And it's supposed to say RS 7.5 as I indicated verbally.
Okay, Commissioner Jansen and then Commissioner Kelly.
Linda, I did not see a recommendation from the fire department in the staff report, which I found surprising since they are proposing to use wood shingles.
I received no comments from the fire department. So this does get reviewed again from them at the building permit stage. All I can tell you is that they're very behind. So I don't know if that's one of the reasons why I didn't receive comments. We kind of, we include the conditions when we receive them from the different agencies, but if something's missing from this, it doesn't eliminate the people's responsibility for getting their approval prior to issuance of the building permit. So we can just hope that it will happen. When someone comes in, just so you know, when someone comes in with a building permit, they have to bring 5 sets of plans, and they bring them to us first because we stamp our stamp on them. We had problems with people submitting different plans to the fire department than they submitted to us, right? So they have to take the 2 sets stamped by us over to fire, pay their fees, and then we don't issue the building permit until the fire department gets all their conditions in place on the construction drawings.
All right. Yeah, I don't know this, but I would be surprised that wood shingles are still allowed, but I don't know that.
Yeah, they may have to use a different material, but it's.
Yeah, no, the plans call for it. Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Kelly.
Linda, this might be a non sequitur. I don't know. I just thought I'd ask the question anyway. Do we know if the sanitary district would have allowed a gray water system rather than a roof over that shower?
I do not know that. Yeah, that's an interesting question. It's possible, and they're able to negotiate with sanitary districts. So that's a good suggestion for the applicant. If they don't want to put a roof over it, they can try to work something out with sanitary district. Yeah, that's a great idea.
It looked like it was far enough out in the landscape there. It might be a solution. Just thought
Yep.
Linda, can you tell me if we have any authority over a pool?
You know, you have authority over the excavation amount. So, I mean, you could, but usually it's, if you're trying to decrease the excavation, it's on a hillside and it's because it might create issues. You know, this is level. So I'm not really sure you'd be able to make findings to deny it.
All right, thank you.
I did speak with the owner and he said he has no intention of, you know, going against any water district. Like he's not planning to build it and fill it right now. He's going to wait until the drought's over, but there you go.
Okay, I did have a couple other things to point out about the citations. I hate to sound like a squeaky record, squeaky wheel. On page 2, the reference to the 17-112-030 is 030A4, not 4. And that repeats itself. Again, I think this is mostly in the staff report, so I'm not sure. I didn't check to see all the, I'll look at the rest of it before we get there, but there's also a reference to the excavation permit, and the town code reference there is 2.20-080A, but it's 12.20-080A.
What page are you on?
I'm sorry, page 4, excavation is in the staff report again. I'll double check.
12. Okay, yes, I didn't get a 1 in there yet.
And then yeah, I think that's it. Let's see if we have the applicant here, and then I can open the hearing. Mr. Theobald, I see you there, and maybe, great, thank you. You're able to talk now. And Mr. Hallerberg, we can also give him the ability to talk.
Hey, Mimi, Michael Yandel, the landscape architect, is also online.
Okay. Let's see.
Chase Hallerberg here. Good evening, everyone.
I can't see myself, though. It's a little tough.
No, you won't be able to see yourself. We will just imagine what you look like. So if you guys would like to make a statement, feel free, and then I'll ask the commissioners if any of them have any questions for you.
Greetings, and thanks for hanging in there. Town needs to invest in a little espresso machine there. So this is it's a pretty straightforward project. I think that in general, the aesthetic and the feeling of it, like a lot of projects that Michael and I work on, the intent for these little minor additions is that when you leave, you'll never know we were there. So stylistically, everything that we're proposing is really meant to just be a continuance of the shingle style of that development. You know, it's not my favorite style and my favorite detailing, but it's what we're proposing is a continuation of that expression. And I'm glad Linda did point out the orientation of the inside experience with the outside experience. It's kind of like the first year in design school. The first thing we learn is that the site really informs the design. And I think this was a case where I think it was a developer house. I think Chase mentioned this, that he was at another house in the same development that had the same floor plan, that it worked really well with his site plan because of the orientation of the outdoor spaces. But unfortunately for this property, they just didn't acknowledge that the actual livable outdoor space was kind of ignored. And hopefully that's, if you've been out to the site, I think you'll get that feeling, and some of the photographs support that. So we're really just trying to, take advantage of the indoor-outdoor lifestyle that California offers. And this is a modern, new, young family. They're from the area, so they're coming back to the area, which I think we should all celebrate that. And they just want to have a kind of a nice visual connection between their outdoor entertainment spaces and their indoor spaces. So that's really the biggest reason why we're proposing this addition, which is allow us to reorient the connections between the inside and the outside that respects the lot. So that it's really a pretty straightforward. I think there's like no impact on visual impact that can be experienced by the public. It's definitely not along any kind of public corridor. So we feel it's, kind of a good thing for the property, and it's a good thing for these homeowners, especially. I'd like to just quickly respond to a couple of comments that were brought up before. When we first submitted this project to the planning department before we had our first commission meeting, we did cycle the project through the fire department, and they approved the project. And I know that Chase, for this go round, we had to resubmit again. I think Chase did just pay the invoice for their review. So it's probably being reviewed imminently. And I also saw that on page 14 of the 26-page document, there is a whole section dedicated to the Ross Valley Fire Department conditions. And I'm not sure if that is just a placeholder or that was derived from correspondence. Linda, I'm not sure if you could answer that question. Because it has a whole bunch of the, mostly the standard conditions from Ross Valley that, will be applied to the property. And just to answer your question, Robert, with respect to the shingles, we want to keep the house looking the same, obviously. And the new WUI does allow you to put a layer of Den Shield Gold, which is a fire resistive board behind a shingle product that will allow you to meet the WUI requirements. It's kind of ironic that our little addition will meet it, and yet the rest of the house will be in its old configuration. So it's kind of an odd code thing that I think they need to sort out. I like your comment about the gray water. I'm a big proponent of landscape gray water systems, and we can certainly talk with the owner about that. But we really should be honest that sometimes these outdoor showers are used they're the perfect dog washing station, for example. And if the owner is conscious and aware of what's happening in that outdoor share area that can be used for gray water, I'm a big proponent of it. But it requires a little bit of education up front with the owner, just so they understand, the new technology. So, but I'm all for it. I think that was the questions that came up, and so I can talk further, but in the interest of time and everybody's evening, I'd probably best to reserve, more time for later on if we need to answer questions. Anything to add, Michael?
No, I don't think we need to go into much. I like the comments about lighting, the night sky lighting. And I also agree with that idea of gray water for showers. I did want to point out one more thing, again, in the interest of time, but it's an interesting site in that there is no rear yard neighbor. It butts up to the county retention basin. So I mean, it's really one of the best conditions I've seen for improving a rear yard with virtually no impact to anyone relative to sound or light or anything. So it's nice that way.
Okay, thank you. Please stick around. I will first ask if there are any commissioners with questions for the applicant or their team. All right, hearing none, please stand by some more. I'm going to open it up for any member of the public who wishes to make a comment. Please raise your hand and we can give you speaking permissions. And I don't see anyone. Do you see anyone, Ms. Fish?
I confirm I see no more hands, Chair Newton.
All right. No problem. Then I will bring it back. I assume that the interceding moments of no questions or comments from the public has not provoked any commissioners to have second thoughts about questions for the applicant. And seeing no hands raised, thank you very much, Mr. Theobald and your team. I am going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the commissioners and any discussion here. Commissioner Green.
Yeah, hi. I looked at the condition for dark sky lighting, and I would like to, Commissioner Swift had a better condition. If we could use her language, because it included the color and phasing of the lights, and that's really my only comment. I think the project it makes a lot of sense to me, and they can enjoy the property better. I know what that's like. We enjoy our outdoor, indoor areas, and it's nice. So, one thing they're doing in a couple of places, just to tell you, new pools require that the fire department have access to the water in an emergency. So that's an idea, but I'm just throwing it out, not serious about it. Some counties are doing it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Commissioner Swift.
Yeah, I just realized I had a correction on the staff report, so I thought I'd put that in here. We got the original staff report was missing the comparable house size table, the addresses for the other comparables. We got that as an addition, but there was a repeat of one of the house addresses. So I believe 174 21008 should be 1 Maiden Lane, not 9 Maiden Lane, just for Linda. And I can approve this project. And then I had a couple comments for the reso when we get there.
Thank you, Commissioner Swift. Other commissioners with comments? I had a couple of changes that I was going to recommend, and also I support this project being approved. Part of me is, torn at the idea of emptying my dog water every day into the plants and then seeing us approve a pool. But I don't really think that, other than the excavation issues, there's much really we can do about that. And so I guess I just encourage the homeowners to, be aware of what we're up against here in terms of our water use. I would like to see the citations to the findings that we base our resolutions on included in the resolution for the excavation permit, design review permit, and I think that's it for this one. Along the lines similar to what I pointed out in the previous resolutions, I just think it's helpful if we know what sections of our town code we're referring to when we're making findings in a resolution. So those are my only other additions to the actual reso. And if anybody wants to make a motion, that would be fabulous.
Can I go ahead then? And go ahead. I'm sorry.
Can I make a correction? Can you hear me? Can I make a correction to the reso?
Please do.
Okay, yeah. So I did put boilerplate fire department requirements in, just trying to cover it because I had nothing. And that number 13 really needs to be removed because it's not a substantial remodel. And I don't know that the fire department is going to, I don't think they're going to require the house to be, for this small addition, I don't think they're going to, I don't think they have the ability to require the whole house to be sprinklered. So number 13 needs to be removed.
Okay, Commissioner Gonzalez-Parver.
Yes, I was just say, well, first of all, I support this project. Looking at the floor area ratio of all the other properties, this has got the smallest floor area ratio. So I think it's in proportion to the site, this addition, and it does help, I think, that connection to the natural environment, the indoor-outdoor relationship. But I was just going to say about the pool, because I kind of feel the same way Commissioner Newton feels about, everything we're doing for this drought. But I was going to say I've seen some people put a pump, or have been, I guess, required to put a pump in, especially if the house is not sprinklered. And I think Commissioner Green said something about an emergency. But if there's a way to put a pump, not going to say that it's required, but I would encourage that in case of a fire, then you have all this water at your disposal. It's just my comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez-Parver. And the host has disabled my video. I don't know what I've done to just deserve this treatment, but I object. And my dog objects. And anyway, thank you. Great. All right. So
is the chair ready for a motion?
I am.
Okay,
Before
I will give it a shot.
Before you do that, can I just add my changes to the reso, and we can have them?
Yes.
You're awesome. So page 3, the first paragraph, it did not have plan page C-1.
Okay, hold on. Let me get to page 3. Page 3, paragraph 1.
Right. It didn't list the plan sheet C-1.
-1.
Right. And then page 8.
I'm sorry, -1 attached to A or
no,
L?
C-1.
Oh, C-1.
Sorry.
Thank you.
And then page 8, number 31, which is the dark sky compliance paragraph. Since it's written that way, what I would want to do is add after side light panels or uplight panels, as well as compliance with color temperature to minimize blue rich lighting, period. The lighting plan shall, and then the rest would be what is there.
As well as compliance with color and temperature.
With color temperature to minimize blue rich lighting, period. The lighting plan shall.
To minimize blue ridge lighting.
Rich lighting, period.
Blue rich lighting to minimize blue, and then it continues.
And then it would continue, period, the lighting
and
plan.
the lighting plan. Okay. And then, and the only other change from Linda was to omit section
13.
Section 13. Okay. Let me.
Commissioner Fregoso, my only comment on this one is to add the citation. And I believe maybe Linda will correct me if I'm wrong here on the findings with respect to the excavation permit. I believe it's 12.20.080.
080?
Yeah.
12.20.080 citation on the findings. Is there a number of a finding?
So it's on the first page of the resolution. There's the excavation.
All the findings.
And it says the Planning Commission finds, and I would just put the code after the title, excavation permit.
And you are correct about the number. I just checked the code.
Okay.
Okay, it's 12.20.0. 12.20.080. Okay, let me take a stab at this then. I move approval of the 24 Shadow Creek Court, APN number 174-210-03 in the PDD district, in addition to a single family residence, design review and excavation permits, and maximum house size exception. Should that not also include a swimming pool, or is that included therein? An ADU?
No, the ADU you're not approving because it's going to be.
Because it complies, okay.
Materially, right?
With approve of the application number 21-18 with the following edits to resolution number 221-19, adding the code section 12.20.080 to page 1 after the excavation permit title. Also modifying on page 6 of the resolution, deleting section 13 under Ross Valley Fire Department, and on page 8 of the resolution for section 31, adding language in the third sentence after side light panels or uplight panels. New language would be as well as complying with color temperature to minimize blue rich lighting. And then section 31 continues thereafter as is, and the lighting plan shall be submitted with the building permit application. And those are all the changes to the resolution.
One more, Norma, with the reference at the top of page 3 in paragraph 1 to the missing plan sheet C-1.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's correct. C-1 to be added. And that is my motion.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll call the roll. Fregoso,
Aye.
Gonzalez Barber,
Aye.
Green,
Aye.
Jansen,
Aye.
Kelly,
Aye.
Swift,
Aye.
Chair Newton.
Aye.
Okay.
So that item is approved unanimously. We are all doing this by consensus this evening. Commissioner Fregoso.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As an aside, 2 of the projects we reviewed this evening were very interesting in that they pertain to the maximum size of a house that is our current policy. And in 2 instances, we have a house that exceeds our maximum allowable of 3,500 square feet. And yet we find reasons to approve the expansion of such a house. And the other project before us this evening on Wood Lane, a house that meets that falls well below the 3,500 square foot maximum house. And yet we found we were unable to approve it given the proportions of the house to that site. And so it makes me question our policy of the 3,500 square foot maximum house limit that Town Council in its wisdom has approved. And I just would like to point that out, that as the Planning Commission discussed over and over again when that maximum size came up for our discussion, there are many ways that our zoning code, short of specifying a specific square footage, can perhaps more appropriately control and define the dimensions that should be on a particular property, given the width of the site, the elevations, the slope, the development surrounding it, the floor area ratios, anyway, there's so many other ways that the ideal size of a house can be determined. And I'm wondering, Ben, if this is something that will be considered under our objective design standards and the new form-based planning. And you don't need to answer that question now because it's late and we're all tired, but something to chew on and for a later discussion, perhaps. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that moment of insight.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Fregoso. I will note that on that last item, there is a 10 calendar day period within which an appeal can be filed, and there's a $625 filing fee for appeals. Unless Director Berto feels the need to respond to anything that Commissioner Fregoso just stated, I'm ready to move on to our next
I'm
agenda.
happy to move on.
Okay, I see Director Berto nodding. So we have two sets of minutes. Are there any changes to the July 15th minutes that any commissioner would like to make? Commissioner Green.
Well, it was an odd thing last month and it's happening again. When I open these minutes, both sets, I see Larkspur Planning Commission, even though they are entitled minutes of such and date. The PDF opens as somehow Larkspur Planning Commission. Don't know why that is. That's a comment I have on both sets of minutes, and I was absent for the first one, I believe. So that's all. Thank you.
Has anybody else noticed that? Because I'm looking at maybe they were mistitled, but they're certainly the Fairfax Planning Commission minutes and so entitled once you open them up. So we'll check that, Phil. But I was just curious if anybody else ran into that.
I'm seeing it in the tabs of my PDF program. You know, I have Part A, 24 Shadow Lane, Part B, 24 Shadow Lane, and then Larkspur Planning Commission, Larkspur Planning Commission. I'm sorry, it might be in some metadata that's picking up on my computer.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it in any document I have, but we'll check it out and see if there's anything that we see.
Okay, Commissioner Swift.
On the July 15th minutes, page 2, the top paragraph, it wasn't clear that Planner Neal was discussing staff changes to the resolution. And I think in the minutes, that's important for clarity, if the minutes need to be referred to. So I'd recommend a correction to the third sentence to read, she read a new condition 2 to the draft resolution. And then similarly, the 8th line, the 4th, which is the 4th sentence change, staff removed the requirement for an arborist to staff removed the requirement in the resolution for an arborist. And then just typo, page 3, third paragraph, second line, change required to require. That's all I have on July 15th, and I'm okay on July 29th.
I don't understand. On the third paragraph on page 3, Commissioner Kelly asked if a stormwater detention retention system is required.
Right, second line.
The second line says the drainage plan will required.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And then in the very next paragraph, my change is Chair Newton referred to the interpretation of the creek setback ordinance and questioned the idea of what is the top of the creek bank is subjective. And I also want to add that I think I have been pretty consistent about stating that there's a $625 filing fee after each of the references to the 10-day appeal period for each of the items where I mentioned the appeal period. So if we'd add that, those would be my only changes to either set of minutes. And I would entertain a motion from another commissioner to approve those minutes, whether they were there or not. Commissioner Green, as a weird little thing, I understand.
I would love to, but I have some changes to the July 29th.
Oh, okay. So let's take the July 15th one. Is there a motion? to approve July
I move
15th.
approval of the July 15th minutes with the changes requested by commissioners.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I've got motion for Goso and second Swift. And I would ask
Yep. There we go.
for a roll call.
Okay, Fregoso,
Aye.
Gonzalez Parber,
Oops, abstain. I wasn't at the meeting.
oh, okay. All right, Green. You weren't there either, right?
Hey, you guys don't have to abstain because you weren't there, apparently. I've checked this out, but you
Is
can
it
do
Robert's
it.
Rules of Order? Okay, I'll vote aye then. Why not?
Jansen,
Aye.
Kelly,
Aye.
Swift,
Aye.
Chair Newton.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much. And then we will go to the July 29th. And Commissioner Green, do you have changes for that one? We'll start with you.
Yes, on page 3, the third paragraph from the bottom, it was a small memo entitled Notes to Jurisdiction. And then I don't know, I don't remember exactly what I said, but it wasn't to see the relationship between this document and Title 27 codes. It was to have a coordination between them, not a relationship. I don't think they're going to track. But a coordination chart sort of would be great to see what the odds overlay district may compare with what codes in Title 17. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Thanks.
Got it.
Commissioner Jansen.
Last page, page 5, first paragraph. It says a volumetric and quantitative way of controlling. It should be keeping control of instead of controlling.
Okay, got it.
Commissioner Gonzalez Parber.
Yes, page 3, at the end of paragraph 2, I would like to add Commissioner Gonzalez Parber asked Mr. Perez to also consider standards for development of multifamily housing on combined lots. And then on page 4, second paragraph, second line, it says she has concerns about getting the word out to citizens with respect to, and it should say legalization of unpermitted improvements or unpermitted housing. That's it.
Okay.
Commissioner Green.
No, I meant to take that off. I hadn't turned it off from my last comment.
Okay. I don't see any other commissioner comments. Is there a motion to approve the July 29th minutes as so corrected?
Make the motion to approve the July 29th minutes as corrected.
I second.
Okay. Fregoso? Oh, okay, sorry.
A second. Commissioner Gonzalez Barber. Go ahead.
All right, Fregoso,
Aye.
Gonzalez Parber,
Aye.
Green,
Aye.
Hanson,
Aye.
Kelly,
Aye.
Swift,
Aye.
Chair Newton.
Aye.
The
Thank you
ayes have
very
it.
much. All right, we're in the home stretch here. We have the planning director's report. Does this mean Linda gets to go home?
If
already?
she'd like. Hopefully it won't make much difference either way. But in any event, this is just an oral report on what the latest and greatest is. As your commission is aware, there have been see you, Linda. There have been a lot of activity on both the odds front and the housing element front, and your commission has been in the thick of it. Staff is very grateful. Staff and the consultants are very grateful for the intensive efforts and extra meetings. We're not out of the woods yet, but at least we're making progress. And just to let you know, in terms of follow-up, we are working on a comparison of current zoning versus odds districts. So we should have a table to sort of compare what these are. And we're also working on the discussion about that your commission had regarding the housing element and how it integrates with existing duplex districts. And we're actually even looking at how it relates to larger parcels in Fairfax. We're also continuing our work on restrictions that would be applied based on topography and street access. So we'll have, we're just fine tuning it and getting it more in a completed format. So I think we're pretty happy with some of the information that it's leading us towards in terms of what's potential, at least as a groundwork basis. Schedule wise, September, we have the Affordable Housing Committee, and then the big joint meeting with your commission and the town council on the 22nd. I'm not sure if I've gotten feedback from all commissioners regarding your availability. That's not that far off. So I would really appreciate it if.
I'm good.
Okay, Norma can make it, great. Anybody else? If you want to take a quick glance at their day timer or whatever they use. In any event, so that will be a very important meeting because it's kind of setting the stage for where we go with the balancing act tool that Mr. Flower discussed at the last planning commission meeting. We will, it's identifying sites and talking about numbers. And of course, people will want to know what those structures might look like. So I'm considering in October, maybe on October 14th. So mark that in your calendars as yet another special meeting. And at that one, possibly coming back with odds and the progress we've made on that. And also conversation about the safety element. So that's the latest there, unless you have questions for me.
Commissioner Swift.
You're muted, Cindy.
Okay, I just had a question on the project schedule. I think at one of the last meetings, I think you mentioned that might be a month behind and we haven't seen a new schedule, and the schedule I have, for example, doesn't have the town council planning commission meeting on it. So if we could get an updated schedule, that would be great.
Yeah, I believe I haven't been to Fairfax Speaks in the last couple of days, but they had provided an updated schedule to me, and I reviewed it and sent it back to them and said, yeah, let's get it posted. So hopefully that's up. And if not, I will check on and verify that.
And it sounds like the only way we would get a copy of that would be to go to Fairfax Speaks.
I could probably send you a schedule.
Thank you.
Ben, I'm sorry. What was the date? I'm sure I told you I was available in September. It's the 22nd or the 23rd?
Yeah. 22nd. It's the town council regular meeting date. So
Oh, okay.
we're
So,
commandeering the town council for a night.
So that's a Wednesday then, and not Thursday.
Correct.
it's the autumnal equinox.
Oh. A celebration, a pagan festivities. They'll be barbecuing the planning director. No, I'm just kidding.
Won't that be tasty?
Yeah, it'd be like eating an old goat.
I'll be available.
Super.
All right. And so we're having our regular commission meeting on the 21st of October, but you're also talking about a special meeting on the 14th.
Yeah, I'd like to. We need to continue to make forward progress on odds. So I think, to the extent that we can provide your commission with a more completed document and answers to some of the questions that you've raised, I think that will help you to provide us with the direction on where this goes. I'd just like to get, as you know, I've been pushing to get something on the books. Anything is better than nothing, but we will continue to work on it.
Okay, and can you tell me about the status of our meeting on the 16th of September? At one point, we had been talking about being live, and I'm not sure that that's still state of affairs, is it?
Thank you. Yeah, September will be virtual, given the ongoing challenges with the Delta variant and the resurgence in cases. And I think it will probably await the recall election results. The recall, I guess that's going to be on the 14th. So, that could have an impact on where we go with the Brown Act. But I would anticipate if we don't see the Delta variant numbers coming down, and I'm not sure that they will, that they'll probably do another extension of the Brown Act waiver, which I would point out is really only applicable to in-person meetings, not to the other provisions. So.
Okay, Commissioner Fregoso, did you have another comment?
Yes, I do actually. In terms of the October 21st meeting.
14th. Oh, the regular meeting on the 21st.
The regular meeting is the 21st. The 14th might be okay, but on October 20th, I have eye surgery, which is not a big deal, but I may or may not be able to see very well the next day. I'll participate, comfort and eyesight allowing, or I might be participating with my camera off if I can talk and not see. I don't know. We'll see how I'm doing. So just giving you a heads up on that. I'll keep you posted, Ben.
We'll expect you to have, hawk eyesight for everything in November, however.
After that, yes, that's right.
Okay. All right. So no other questions for the planning director. We can move to commissioner comments and requests. Commissioner Swift. You are swift, Commissioner Swift.
Ben, about a month ago, I asked about SB 330 and its reference to historical sites. And you had said you passed that on to town council. Did you get any response back on that as to the context of historical sites within SB 330?
Well, the gist of the feedback I got was that detailed legal analyses like these are probably best addressed in a specific context, and this isn't it. So we're aware of the issues, and as we get closer to, for example, an odds ordinance and a discussion about historical considerations, I think we will get a more grounded or in-depth legal perspective on that. But
So,
for right now,
so-
yeah, I don't have anything.
So what you're
further to report.
saying is legal, that you contacted them and they would not give you what historical sites meant in relation to that legislation?
It's under review, and their analysis will be brought forward at the appropriate time.
Well, that's good. The second one was a question I had related to ADUs and HCD and housing elements. We have a lot of existing ADUs in town. So are they considered part of our existing housing stock right now as far as HCD and ABAG are concerned?
No, if it hasn't received the imprimatur of any permits, it's not considered housing.
No, but we have a certain amount of housing in town, right? So like I have a house on my parcel. So I guess what I'm asking is, for existing ADUs, are they considered part of our existing housing stock?
Okay, so you're talking about permitted ADUs?
I will go with permitted and not permitted. I mean, we have some that have been grandfathered in. I'm just trying to get a sense of whether existing ADUs that we have are considered part of our current housing stock.
ADUs that the town has permitted are considered housing that we've developed and count towards meeting our RENA numbers. ADUs that are not permitted, have not yet been permitted, are not considered part of our housing stock for purposes of RENA numbers. I mean, we don't really know about those unpermitted. We hear a lot of rumors about it, but in terms of current accurate information, we just don't have that. So you can't really claim something if you don't know that it exists.
But we had, for example, we had the project on Wood Lane where one of the neighbors has an ADU, a second unit there that said was grandfathered in. When I look at that parcel, I think on Marin Maps, it would show 2 dwelling units. So I'm just trying to get a sense of whether those, a parcel that has 2 dwelling units on it, would both of those be considered part of our housing stock? And if one of those is an ADU, from an HCD ABAG perspective.
I think it depends on whether it has received official imprimatur as an ADU or a living unit. If it's something that we don't know about, no. So in theory, ADUs that are out there that are grandfathered, and of course that's always an interesting discussion.
So in this parcel on Wood Lane, if I go to Marin Maps and it shows 2 dwelling units, then those 2 dwelling units would be considered part of our housing stock, right?
Well, I think we're making some assumptions about what you're going to see on Marin Map in terms of it showing. It'll probably show structures. I don't know if it'll show 2 housing units. And I mean, it's an interesting question. Is how do we capture existing additional units? I don't think that question has been adequately answered.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Jansen.
Something completely different. I think it was last meeting we had discussion about creek setbacks, and I think the planning director gave an explanation about how the code should be interpreted. although it doesn't state so. So my question is, will the planning code be modified to more properly define what the creek setback should be?
That's a good question. I'd like to recommend it. I think the underlying rationale behind what staff was trying to do is to have a finite, easily understood, usable basis for determining a top of bank. I think that there are many examples of, if you're just going on slope, it could be 5 feet, it could be 200 feet of the slope up from the creek. So it becomes very subjective in terms of determining that. I know that the county uses a 100-year floodplain because it tends to provide a really nice setback above and beyond high water mark. I mean, I think that the code is close to getting it right in terms of 2 times the depth of the bank, because you're not only saying let's just say, for example, you used a 100-year floodplain. You're not only saying that, hey, whenever we do have that interval of 100-year floods, because we know that that's happening more often than every 100 years. But at that point in time, that creek is up to that level. But if you have it twice that, and assuming you don't have bulkheads or some vertical cut bank, you're also providing a point of refuge for all the animals that use that year round as part of their core living environment. And it provides, all the other benefits, psychic, shade, heat control, et cetera. So, that there are similar things, and I'd like to see a consistent basis so that, in the case of the project we reviewed tonight, it kind of looked like the top of a bank, but you go to the next door neighbor and down there looks like the top of a bank too. So it'd be nice to be able to apply something where any property owner had a really good idea, and it wasn't just where there was a break in the slope.
Right, but that suggests that you're going to probably propose to do modify our planning code, because the planning code just doesn't tell that story.
Right, and that was pointed out by your commission. I mean, it would be an interesting discussion to see where the commission wants to go with that. If they're leaning one way or another in terms of utilizing that, because again, the 20-foot or the height of the bank, whatever's greater, that provides a pretty good buffer. And it certainly warrants something that. Consistency is always a good thing when you're trying to regulate people. Mm-hmm. So yeah, if your commission wants that as a priority, and there's some consensus among the commission that we could modify it. It's like so many other things, though. We get into something that's a very simple change, and it still takes 8 meetings or something. But yeah, I'd like to get something that's a little clearer and less subjective than what we have now.
I'd like to piggyback on that, if I may, through the chair as well. I think it fits beautifully with the odds work that's being done, because it would provide a measurement that would be comparable regardless of the physical situation on the ground, regardless of the depth and width and height. It's based on the water volume. So I'd love to see that incorporated into the odds.
Yeah, what's interesting is our interim town engineer has a degree in hydrology. So if it's something that your commission, or excuse me, not engineer, but public works director, Jonathan Goldman, has a degree in that. And so if your commission is interested, I could talk to him and get his ideas, and maybe provide a little white paper for your commission and just see. I mean, like I said, it's one of those things where if we have 7 people and 8 different ideas, it's probably not something that we could spend a lot of time on. If it's something where the commission can come to a unanimous consensus that yeah, let's do this, then we could present, get through it, present it to the council and make that tweak. As Commissioner Fragoso noted, there are projects potentially involving multifamily housing that are on creeks that are as defined in our code. And it would be really good if we didn't have an argument from developers that, well, you use this standard here and this, determination there. So basically, I don't have to deal with it because it's not objective. And I think we would have that argument right now based on the projects that we've reviewed.
All right, thank you all for that very interesting discussion. And, I think that it's been a struggle to put things in terms of priority when we have such a big workload on staff right now. So, I'm reluctant when we're in the middle of trying to update our housing element and our safety element and potentially our land use element or whatever to take on a lot more right now. But I think one of the things that we've experienced after the last major update to the general plan was that there are a significant number of things that the community has said they want to see happen in this town through the general plan and all the programs and policies that are spelled out there that we have not even begun to prioritize because we're so overwhelmed with the existing better do it or else workload that we have. So as chair, I get to say that last little word and then ask if anybody else wants to move to adjourn our meeting tonight. And I know the clock behind Ben's head is the only way I've been keeping track of the time. And so if we get this done in the next 10 minutes and adjourn ourselves, I will feel very fortunate. Commissioner Green.
I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
I will second.
Commissioner
Yeah, 5 seconds.
And
once now.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? No opposition. Thank you all very much.
Thank
again.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for running a tight ship.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. Good night.
We'll see you.
Thank
Good
you.
night, everybody.